in West Virginia in the 1920s called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the cold. Harvest the cold. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we'll take the roads, we'll take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh,
Thanks for.
I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime.
Distinguished witnesses for panel.
Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told, grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs, we're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
Where have all the flowers gone? Long time passing. Where have all the flowers gone? Long time ago. Where have all the flowers gone? Young girls pick them, everyone. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn? Where have all the young girls gone? Long time passing. Where have all the young girls gone? Long time ago. Where have all the young girls gone? Gone to young men, everyone. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn? Where have all the young men gone? Long time passing. Where have all the young men gone? Long time ago. Where have all the young men gone? Gone to soldier, everyone. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn? Where have all the soldiers gone? Long time passing. Where have all the soldiers gone? Long time ago. Where have all the soldiers gone? Gone to graveyards, everyone. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn? Where have all the graveyards gone? Long time passing. Where have all the graveyards gone? Long time ago. Where have all the graveyards gone? Gone to flower, everyone. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn? Where have all the flowers gone? Long time passing. Where have all the flowers gone? Long time ago. Where have all the flowers gone? Young girls pick them, everyone. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn?
Politics, Bailey, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, Bailey, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody. How we all doing today? Hello. How we doing? Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Dice Mistress. Hello, you can call me Jess. Hello, Zaron Joy. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Queer Cranium. Hello. How we doing, Tyrion Rogue? Hello, Dabfix. Hello, Benny Local Loves. Hello, Two Scoops. Hello, Watching Freerin. Hell yeah. Hello, Lefty McLefterson. Hello, Mossimp. Hello, Radimus. Hello, Nico. Hello, Zoe the Fox Girl. Hello, CJ Sonic. Hello, Nathan Nielsen. Hello, Coffee Table. Hello, Jordan L. Hello, Gwennifer Forever. Hello, Stop the Stupidity. Hello, It's Beckna. Hello, Undead Rodent Art. Hello, Asura Blackstar. Hello, Archie. Hello, Nocturnal. Hello, T. Lath. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Kazooie. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, Juniper Jupiter. Hello, Meghar. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Gamer Nova XO. Hello, Lil Miss Panda Gal. I almost horribly mispronounced that. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Default X. Hello, Aska. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Werix. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Miss Evelyn. Hello, Belair. Hello, Elonita Express. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Small Frog. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Static Somnio. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Cane Dog Lover. Hello, Spherical Man. Spherical Man does whatever a spherical man can. What are Jack's pronouns? She, her. Thank you. Hello. We don't need Greenland. Agreed. We don't. We need to leave them the fuck alone. Good day, HC. Thank you for the $10 Australian and for being the first person to support stream today. And I am just gonna say, folks, Smooth Jack, smooth. Look, it's like I talk for a living. You know.
Heya. Is the beginning of your opening theme song based off of the original 1940 cartoon for Superman?
Close. It's not based off of the 1940s cartoon for Superman. It is based off of... Let me pull it up for you here. It is based off of the 1959 opening theme for the classic television show Riverboat. Also, one of the very first shows starring Burt Reynolds. Yeah, pre-mustache, pre-stash Reynolds. Yeah. How about them apples? um Lore dump this early in stream. Hey, you know what? When you donate good cash hard money to this stream, you get your lore dumps early. Carver Ebane, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated as well. Uncle Simric, thank you for the $5 super chat. I'll read it out since it didn't for some reason. Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you? Excellent question. There we go. How big are you into vintage media? I'm good into I am big into good shit. It doesn't matter when it was made. I am into good shit. Like Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, the Nosferatu classic. Like, look, I watch a lot of old stuff because I love stories, you know. All right. Also, where was I going to go with this? Yes. So, there we go. This is where we are currently, folks. Ugh. There we go. I can math. We are really close to our next sub goal. And if we go above that today, I'm just letting you guys know right now that if we get to 900 subs today...
It will change your life.
A flight suit? Can you get a flight suit? Just like out of... never mind. Thank you for the $5 dono. And if we hit 900 subs today, folks, we will trigger some of the fun stuff early, okay? So if you guys would like to get us up there and get us to Rudyard, silly, holy mackerel memes, what have you, we can do that today. We all got to get up there, all right? 900. Let's go. Top goal erasure? Look. The only top here is me. All right. This chat has way more than 900 subs. I agree. Rudyard! Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Yeah, Who Framed Roger Rabbit is great.
Were you disappointed when Nosferatu wasn't a Zod origin story?
No. Oh, God. But thank you, Elenita Express, for the $5 dono. Okay. Yeah, really, subs, like if you gift subs on Twitch or Riverboat site, or if you gift a membership on the YouTube site, or you do a super chat or a dono of $5 or more. Every $5 goes towards the goal.
Hey Jack, have you heard of the stripper index? Basically, when the economy is bad, strippers get less money. May I now present the streamer index, which is literally the same thing.
It's true, number one. Number two, I have literally talked about the stripper index. Specifically because if you go into any kind of, like, stripper, like, forum or subreddit or what have you, like, people are talking about, like, apocalyptic impacts on their income. And number two, you are very correct. So please continue to support my stream so I don't die. It's scary. Those exist? Yeah, of course. There have always been corners of the internet where, like, people who do sex work talk to each other about, you know, what they do. The service industries, indeed. Ahoy, Crochet Whimsy! Never knew? Yeah, you know, like, it's hard out there by yourself, so people gotta stick together. I hope you and your loved ones stay safe. Thank you, Vaughn400. I certainly do too. Every fucking week, it is getting scarier out here. But, you know, let's continue to hope for the best. Has the left's greatest champion, Will Stancil, claimed any more Fed skulls this day? He'll be drinking out of...
Genichiro Ishina has mastered the way of Tomo, but Jack has mastered the way of Dono.
The way of the Donoe? Indeed.
Abyssal List, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I love the Sekiro reference, by the way. We got indexes for everything. Strippers, Waffle Houses, Pentagon pizza orders. Yep. Woo! 2 Spectral Wolves, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really genuinely appreciate that. And I will also say, this is the second stream we've done with the vertical intact. So, you know, if you're watching vertically, hello. Supposedly new viewership. I hope this is a good time. Just got done watching the Casparian versus Pearl debate. Jesus H. Christ. See, my big question is, why? Why does that exist? Like, yes, I am morbidly curious, but I'm not going to subject all of you to that today. And I'm also, like, Pearl feels like she hasn't been relevant in maybe, like, several years.
Subs for asking BWA. No ice.
Ashley J. Curtis, thank you very, very much for the 5 tier 1 subs, getting us up to 681. My question is, why were they debating the First World War? If I were to go out on a limb, let me just just look up something real quick. My guess is because they were talking about the Armenian genocide. That is my guess. My guess is that they were talking about the Armenian genocide. Maybe like Pearl has gone into Armenian genocide denial now. Who knows? But yeah. Good guess. Thank you. So I'm just, you know, I'm just kind of done. I'm just kind of done with that corner. Like, I know that the Young Turks have been trying to do this bury the hatchet tour, but like, holy fuck. Like, I'm not gonna fall for that shit right now. like, no, I'm not gonna fall for that shit. And also, like, I don't have time for folks who are so willing to toss Ashley St. Clair a lifeline. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Like, allow her to demonstrate that she's actually sincere before you, like, go all in on, like, clapping her on the back. I don't get it. God damn. I've seen a few clips of Anna doing the I was wrong about Trump. Yeah, it's way too late. Way too late. Ashley can have a little thoughts and prayers as a treat. Yeah, you know, like, just hope for the best, but I'm not gonna, like, give her an inch of, like, goodwill. Are we going to survive Trump? That's the number one rule. Don't die. Survive. You know? So, I can't, like, predict our collective future, but, like, we have to fight if we want to survive, you know? So, like, if you're here, you are aware to the degree that we need to get engaged in, like, our civic processes. Who is Ashley St. Clair? Ashley St. Clair is a transphobe who wrote a transphobic book for children to attack the idea of trans kids, and then sold it, and also is Elon Musk's baby mama, and then turned to the left after Elon Musk didn't want to pay child support. And, like, there's something to be said about, like, somebody getting bit by the hand that feeds them and then, like, realizing that the hand that feeds them fucking sucks. So, like, I get it, but I'm not in any hurry to throw out that goodwill. Like, donate the proceeds of your book. Like, get more involved in, like, doing shit, but, like, I feel no need to, like, continue to have this person be relevant. How many transphobic authors are there? Too many. The important question is, will Trump survive us? True. Yeah, and, like, Tia Scoops, I fully grant that she might not have control over the publishing rights, but, like, you got control over where that money goes. Like, I don't know. Seems like you could figure something out. Okay. Are you guys ready to jump into content? Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
It's like the incel who was de-radicalized by raising shrimp. Once you're out of that sphere of influence, you as a person can grow.
Yeah, like, I'm not against the idea that people can, like, learn and grow. Like, I'm all about that, but, you know, I'ma need some time. Like, if somebody was literally getting paychecks to attack people like me, you know, a couple months ago, Imma need some time to see that they've actually changed. And, a couple months and, like, an "I'm sorry" is not gonna cut it on that one. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Let me organize this, and then we'll get right started, huh? There's just so fucking much to talk about. Okay. Alright. Okay. Whew! You know, we're gonna start out with some relatively normal news, and then we're gonna get into the batshit crazy shit. Okay? Also, I am going to cuss a lot during this stream. Apologies in advance. Now, folks, before we get too deep, remember to like the stream. It's very important that you guys like the stream. Consider sharing it around, and yeah, let's get let's get into it, shall we?
We can't afford to be reactionary. That also means no reactionary forgiveness. There has to be evidence to back up any position.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
Oof. These are paid protesters. It is not. That is not the case. Oh god. like, the weirdest part about the whole, like, paid protester discourse is that there's only one group that has really been demonstrated time and time again to make use of paid protesters, and it is Republicans, and specifically Donald Trump. He was caught multiple times during his campaigns, like, hiring people to go to his protests. Like, that's not that's like, people in Minneapolis aren't spending their waking hours of the day that aren't at work driving around following ICE agents at risk to their own personal safety for a, like, Soros paycheck. God. I never got any of my protest money. When do the checks usually clear? It's been years now. Yeah, George won't return my calls anymore. It's weird. Have you considered their confirmation bias? True. True. Forgot. Isn't there something you forgot to ask? I consent. I consent. My confirmation bias doesn't. All right. we're already getting some silly billies. This is gonna be a bizarre stream. I can already tell. We're gonna get some weirdos in chat, and not the delightful kind that you usually are. All right, here we go. You know, I think okay. So, folks, I would really like to put forward. I know already this stream, what's been mentioned in chat, the stripper index, the Waffle House index, the Pentagon Pizza index. I want to propose a new index, which is the Bill Kristol radicalization index. Okay. Now, for those of you who don't know, Bill Kristol is a never Trump Republican, but like he is an incredibly Republican. Like he was a very conservative guy, not like a handful of years ago. He was in the running, I think, for like the presidential primary at one point. And we are now looking at just an unprecedented state of affairs for Bill Kristol over here. So Donald J. Trump, truthed out, the Army-Navy game is one of our greatest American traditions. Unmatched patriotism, courage, and honor. This incredible tradition is now at risk of being pushed aside by more college playoff games and big TV money. Not anymore. Under my administration, the second Saturday in December belongs to Army-Navy and only Army-Navy. I will soon sign a historic executive order securing an exclusive 4-hour broadcast window so this national event stands above commercial postseason games. No other game or team can violate this time slot. On the field, they are rivals, but on the battlefield, they are America's unstoppable patriots, defending our country with tremendous strength and heart. We must protect the tradition and the players who protect us. Please let this serve as notice to all television networks, stations, and outlets. God bless America, and God bless our great Army-Navy game. President Donald J. Trump. In response to this, Bill Kristol, I swear to God, started quoting Karl Marx. We are in Bill Kristol has been radicalized to the degree that he is now quoting Karl Marx. Like, do you guys have any idea what it means when goddamn Bill Kristol is out here to the left of Chuck Schumer and the Democratic leadership? Wait, for real? For real. Marx remarks somewhere that historical events appear, as it were, twice. The first time as tragedy, the second time as farce. He forgot to add that beneath the farce also can lurk tragedy. Like, I don't know. Yes, that Karl Marx, not the other one. That Karl Marx. I just, we are in such a mirror universe. You know, my partner and I have been rewatching The Good Place, and we keep like turning to each other and are like, "Are we in the clam chowder hell? Is that what happened? Is that what happened to us?" Because this is all deeply weird and like tragicomic. So I don't really know where we go from here, but like I think we're topping out the charts on the Bill Kristol radicalization index. So you know, make of that what you will. You know, we got Will Stancil out there on the front lines of anti-racist activity, fighting the good fight against government agents trying to kidnap his neighbors. And we got Bill Kristol in the trenches with us, quoting Karl goddamn Marx. Oh man, it is a bizarre time where, you know, the circumstances are making us very unlikely allies. So, I don't know. We are like, folks, get buckled in. Things are only going to get crazier from here as we escalate and, you know, kind of come over the top of the roller coaster. It's going to go fast. So, let me know what you think in the comments. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. Leave a like, subscribe, do the things, and hit that follow button if you're over on Twitch. All right, let's keep going. Link to that tweet, here you go. I will laugh my ass off if Marxism Crystalism happens. What would that even be? Oh god, I have to tell you guys, I've been reading a lot of articles lately, and they're just like the political analysis that is coming out right now is making me actively like see red. Like I'm having like a goddamn aneurysm over this reporting. It is infuriating, to say the least. But you guys are about to find out what I mean here. All right? Let's jump into it. So, folks, I wanted to talk about this CNN politics piece that just absolutely infuriated me. The path to a Democratic Senate majority runs through these voters. And guys, whenever you see a headline like this, I want you to immediately get skeptical, because I'm just throwing this out there, but usually when someone is making an argument like this, it's a Trojan horse, right? Like it is to put forward their idea of what the messaging needs to be in order to resonate with, you know, folks. And let's just read into it, shall we? With a series of candidate recruiting successes, Democrats have established a plausible, if still difficult, path to recapturing the Senate this year. But to regain the majority, the party will need to overcome the blue-collar barricade. In nearly all the states that will decide Senate control this November, white working-class voters, the core of the GOP coalition under Donald Trump, constitute a bigger share of the electorate than they do in the nation overall. And for all the success the Democrats recorded in the 2025 elections, even the winning gubernatorial candidates in New Jersey and Virginia struggled among those white voters without a 4-year college degree. Unless Democrats can do better this November in states such as Maine, Ohio, Michigan, and Minnesota, their potential path back into Senate control will quickly close off. Now, I gotta say here, guys, as we go through this, there's like a deeply, deeply weird and unexamined repetition of what it means to be working class and equating that with white that should be like immediately setting off alarm bells for any kind of editor that's going over this or any kind of writer that's going over this. And the fact that it is unexamined here or anywhere else really in mainstream media is bizarre to me, you know? And I want to at least be able to like point that out. Unresolved concerns about the cost of living have softened Trump's support among working class white voters and provided an opening for Democrats to improve their performance with that group. Strategists in both parties agree, but the party still faces many hurdles to reach the support it will need to regain the Senate. So, like, you keep going through here, and it's basically a bunch of arguments about how, like, you know, the Democratic leadership needs to ignore, the concerns about ICE, needs to ignore a bunch of these other things in order to focus on affordability. And the argument being put forward here is exactly the kind of argument that is being fed to people like Chuck Schumer. It's why Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are so reticent to say anything about Minnesota or ICE, are so, like, locked into just talking and focusing on affordability. It's because they think they can pick up these conservative voters, right? And, well, white conservative voters, And, it just keeps coming back to that. Yet to regain the majority, Democrats would need to run more competitively among white voters without a 4-year college degree, the most widely accepted definition of the working class than they typically have done in the Trump era. And I just have to say, no, actually, white voters without a 4-year college degree, that's not the most widely accepted definition of working class. Even if you took the white out of it, it still wouldn't be the most widely accepted definition of working class. This guy is a professional senior political analyst working at CNN. And I just have to say, okay, working class, you work for the people who own capital. You're getting a wage, okay? There you go. That's it. You are not the owner of capital. You are instead being paid for your work and services. If you are being paid for your work, you are working class. That's your simple little rule of thumb there. All right. The idea that it's like, oh, well, if you don't have a college degree, you're working class. That's not how that works. I'm like, I saw that and I saw red. I'm so sorry. So the issue here is that this all comes across, I think, to out of touch Senate and House Dems as very sensible. Oh, you need to focus on, affordability because that's where the white working class is. And we need to reach them where they're at without throwing any trans people under the bus. Unless, we have to. But my argument here is that they fail to understand that ICE is a working class issue, right? Like, if you are not able to go to the grocery store, that's a working class issue. Because you're afraid of getting nabbed by a bunch of masked goons and stripped from your family, even if you're a citizen, that's a working class issue. The fact that right now in Minneapolis, basically every business downtown has to have its doors locked and people have to knock or try and buzz themselves in because ICE has just been rolling up and attacking customers and kitchen staff at Mexican food restaurants. Like, that's a working class issue. You know, the non-working class doesn't necessarily have to worry too much about being grabbed by ICE because they're looking to go after poor working class people. You know, like, I've talked about this like before, but in the video of ICE agents trying to break into Rectangle Pizza here in Minneapolis, um, they were trying to harass Rectangle in retaliation for the fact that Rectangle Pizza was supporting immigrant families by making them pizzas, right? For free. And they like ICE tried to roll up to Rectangle and throw a gas grenade into the restaurant. The restaurant was closed that day because they had baked so many pizzas they were out of materials to make pizzas. That's the only reason all of the customers and staff in there didn't get gassed by tear gas. And I just want to say, like, that's a working class issue. You know, like not getting tear gassed at work. It's a pretty working class issue. They're not rolling up to the Apple campus and tear gassing those guys. You know? I just... You were there videoing and yelling at them and got tear gassed by them? Yeah, like when they couldn't tear gas the restaurant, they just threw the tear gas into the middle of the goddamn street. This is a working class issue. And so the idea here that, oh, Democrats need to appeal only to working class white voters, I don't think that is the case. I also just kind of disagree with the heart of the point, which is that Democrats can only win by, like, seducing white working class voters who voted for Trump. And like we have to ease them in. Maybe we can sprinkle a little bit of bigotry on top of our leftist politics. And maybe then the conservatives will like us. And they won't. They won't, guys. There has never been a moment where the people who are MAGA have thought, maybe I won't be MAGA anymore if there's just a slightly bigoted party instead of a not bigoted party. Like, that's not how this goes. So the argument here that, like, Democrats need to capitulate rather than Democrats need to actually understand the material concerns of their constituents. You know, because I think in, like, Washington, D.C. world, where, you know, Chuck Schumer is and Hakeem Jeffries is, I think to them, ICE is an abstract issue. It's not one of those concrete, everyday working people issues. It's an abstract issue. And to some places in this country, ICE is going to remain an abstract issue. But they have put enough money into ICE that it's going to be basically fucking everywhere by the end of this year. And so it is going to be a much bigger working class issue, especially because the Dems aren't stopping this. Like, we have one last kind of attempt even to stop the rollout of ICE. And all of the indicators behind the scenes seem to be that Democrats are going to cave on that. So if you'd like to maybe apply some pressure to make that not happen, please consider calling your reps and your senators, because any amount of pressure we can get to avoid that would be great. But if we don't avoid it, then, like, this is only going to become even more of a working class issue. We also need to, instead of turning our backs on oppressed and marginalized communities, do a better job explaining to those hesitant working class folks, why helping marginalized people is a good thing. Well, and also to understand that being working class means you are marginalized from those in power. You know, like, the idea here isn't that, like, oh, no white people are poor, no white people are struggling, etc., which is what I think Republicans try to feed to their base and feed to their voters as, like, this is the idea, this is what liberals think of you. They think that you don't have any problems, white people. And, like, that's not at all what folks on the left actually think. It's just, like, when we're talking about this issue, like, white folks in Appalachia, like, are dirt fucking poor. They need reforms so that they can live lives of dignity. And I think that that's fundamentally what Zoran Mamdani nailed in his campaign. And it's why he appealed to such a broad array of different voters, even conservatives. It's because his messaging wasn't about breaking down people into clear and concise demographics. It was about providing people what they actually fucking needed
The
to live a
only
life
money
of
that should
dignity.
ever be invested in ICE is money for home renovations and rip-offs of Under Pressure.
Oh, oh, you, Sake. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Excellent timing, as usual. It's... I just gotta say, like, yeah, if you don't think this is a working class main issue, by the way, Addercop is 100% correct. Like, they are deploying every damn place, and they're choosing a bunch of, like, states that they perceive in the Beltway as being, like, weak. You know, Minnesota, Maine, and they're showing up with ICE, and they're trying to trick people, and they're trying to, like, you know, do their little fascist disappearing act, and people are catching on, you know? When you have a bunch of, like, armed federal agents show up at your door to collect information, you get wise really quick to what's happening. And so, all of this saying, I think that we have a demonstration of how to move forward when it comes to working class issues. And it is not a focus necessarily on just affordability, but a focus on being able to live with dignity. You know? And I think a lot of Democrats want to avoid going big with a lot of this so that they don't have to make big promises.
Democrats should run on having a constitutional amendment that will allow Mamdani to run for president. Democrats will win every Senate seat.
I am not gonna lie, if we make it through this kind of crucible of terrible political times, that is, I think, a very real thing that could happen. Largely because I just keep watching Zoran Mamdani do municipal mayor activities, and people are stopping their cars and getting out, and, like, in the middle of traffic, and just, like, they are showing up for him in a way that makes me think he's not gonna go anywhere. Like, he is on the upswing, and yeah, I think that is less pie in the sky than some people might imagine. And, you know, with that much positive energy behind him, if he can deliver it in New York City, there is a very real possibility of an FDR-like rise to prominence. Yeah, like Pirate Amir. It reminds me of the FDR parade float. Like, FDR got so many terms as president. And, you know, I think that it's fine for him to be term limited, but it's not impossible to have a coalition of Democrats so bolstered and excited that they could make that happen. Yeah. Good God. So, all that being said, I just think that when it comes to what working class means and what messaging appeals to the working class, I gotta be honest, fuck the polls. Fuck the polls.
The
Fuck 'em.
opposite of a constitutional amendment is a prostitutional amendment. Let's hear those oral arguments.
No, Sake. And also because you brought it up, this is your fault.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the.
Fuck the polls, literally. No, not fuck the polls, literally, but like the polling is what, and the means testing of messaging is what is leading Democrats down this really bumpy way.
Some brain rot to help ease your pain, shrimp strong together.
Thank you for the $5 dono. But it is the polling that is leading them down this path. And this path does not end with them getting a messaging that is compelling to working class voters. What it ends with is them getting a message that polls well with like a handful of people. And for the rest of us, we see it as the, means tested garbage that it is. This path started with Clinton? Exactly. Like, I just want Democrats to understand it's not that complicated. It is not complicated to advocate for people to be able to live lives of dignity. It is not complicated to see what Donald Trump has done to this country by giving ICE a budget larger than most militaries on the planet. And it's not complicated to say, well, if Donald Trump can do that while giving $1 trillion to, the richest people on the planet, well, then guess what? We can have Medicare for all. And you know what? We're gonna pledge that. Like we're gonna make sure that people can live in houses that are decent and don't collapse or have mold. Like it involves actually providing for folks. And I don't it's not complicated. Like, if you're a human being, and I presume you are if you're watching, you think about what do you need in order to have like a healthy life that you feel is worthwhile and like dignified and has time for fun and work, and like it's not difficult. It's just the golden rule applied to governance. And I don't understand why that is such a struggle for Democrats who moved to Washington, D.C. and suddenly are out of touch for the rest of their lives.
Jim Water, CEO of Water. As a very wealthy CEO, I appreciate the Democratic Party for listening to my needs and responding appropriately. As Jesus said, he who serves the billionaires serves all.
Yeah, and genuinely, it might be because people in Congress get lobbyists confused with people. That might genuinely be the issue. Where they just have all of their time taken up by lobbyists and their rich billionaire friends and donors, and they come to think that that is what the average person is. I don't know. There is something at work that just completely disconnects them from reality. And we are living with consequences right now brought upon us by politicians disconnected from reality. And I think on that note, we're ready to transition into another segment. But let me know what you thought about this. Let me know what you think about this Politico piece. I'm going to actually link it here for all of you to read if you can. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. I do think that there is a very narrow path to victory for the Senate, but I think our path to victory should not be dictated to us on the left by conservatives. Our pathway to victory is, as it always has been, through providing for working class people, right? And if you want to bring that message to your local Dems, to make sure these corporate fucks that are watering down the message and like redirecting it on behalf of capital, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you don't know how to get started doing that, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Both excellent organizers who have dedicated years of their lives honing these skills, and they're willing to help you. So please take advantage of that, okay? And hit the like button. Leave a comment longer than 8 words. Let me know what you think. And subscribe. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. It's super comfortable. It is beautiful. And more styles and colors are coming in the near future. So check it out, folks. Let's keep on going. Whew. Folks, we are currently 3 subscribers or members or donors away from our goal. Psycho Salad 6653.
Since
There we
ICE
go.
has been attacking visibly LGBT citizens, I worry about my local Bible discussion study meet, acronym, seen getting attacked. The disaster of 2025 has been bearable because of them, and I fear them being harmed.
Thank you for the $20 super chat. And it is very scary. You know, I talked about this a little bit last week, but my partner's dad has been coming to help drive her to work because he called us up one night and said like they're like looking for like lesbian couples. ICE is out there, and like they've been talking about, you know, that lesbian bitch got what she deserved. You know, they've been talking about it to protesters, and he was so concerned with us that he has been driving my partner to work to make sure that she gets there safe. And like it is it is rough out there, guys. Sorry for the timing. No, it's great timing for it, actually. We're between segments. The girl who ran over the officer? Nani? Did I hear about the Aurora Borealis lights? I did not.
Shrimp strong together.
Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciated. What's this?
I don't know.
Oh god. All right. I'm just gonna copy and paste this one. Yeah, go check out these videos. And also, I just want you all to know, when I imagine you guys saying words and talking, like the internal monologue when I read your voices, is just that. I want you all to know that it is just that. Oh, someone said this video fucks?
I don't know why, losing my mind for me to be. Why can't you see me? I don't know why.
All right. You guys are adorable. Am I tripping? Maybe. All right. I don't want to sneeze. Okay, we're good. Whew. Also, folks, now that we have surpassed our previous goal, you guys have unlocked Galactic Milky Subway Express. I'm probably butchering the name. We'll watch it. It'll be a fun time. And folks, when we hit 900, we'll do one of the segments tonight if we hit 900. There you go. Get with subs and donos. There you go. All right, let's jump into something extraordinarily depressing, shall we? So, folks, we got to talk about how the Trump administration and conspiracy theories and RFK Jr. are continuing their track record of getting people killed. And I just have to say, I really wish I didn't have to be talking about this. But unfortunately, this is just where Trump's America is right now. And I there's no real way of saying this, but under RFK Jr., thousands of people are about to lose access to HIV drugs. Specifically, Florida, and a combination of the state of Florida and the federal government are cutting off access to HIV drugs to around 10,000 people in Florida. 10,000 people. And of course, you know why they want to do this. It's because it's just an extension of the AIDS pandemic. It is just the continuance of the idea that God created AIDS and HIV to punish the gays. Why? Literally, why? I mean,
slow this down, talk to community about what the better solutions are, and see if there's any other pathway out of this.
A note on the state's AIDS Drug Assistance Program webpage outlines changes coming to the program. Only people at or below 130% of the federal poverty level qualify. For an individual, that's just over $20,000. Previously, people at 400% of the federal poverty line qualified. That person makes more than $62,000, effectively cutting 10,000 people out of the program.
Yeah, so basically, if you make more than $20,000 but less than $60,000, you're shit out of luck.
Numbers are going to climb, as people lose access to their HIV medications. Not only is the community viral load going to increase, but the individuals who are going to have to stop taking medications.
Fox 13 obtained copies of 2 letters sent to people who were just terminated from the program. This is one of them.
They're canceling people's health insurance policies by the way the letter is written. They have no authority to do that for those that they're paying the premium.
Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo acknowledged the seriousness of this cut in a committee hearing on Wednesday.
It's a very, very real and consequential issue that we're dealing with.
The Florida Department of Health said the move is to prevent a
Oh, well, it's great that he said that, you know, because who would have not known that AIDS and HIV are very real if not for this cut? Thanks.
shortfall of $120 million.
Exponentially increasing in cost due to changes at the federal level, specifically related to the federal tax credits for Affordable Care Act, ACA health plans.
Because the US government gave $1 trillion to the wealthiest people alive at the expense of those 10,000 people who will now no longer be able to access their HIV medication. And many of them are going to die as a result of that, folks. They don't care. They don't care in Florida because it's run by Republicans. They don't care in Washington, D.C. because it's run by Republicans. And their general idea here is that, well, the gays deserve to die because aren't they sinners deserving of death? Like that is their like moral and political position, is let them die. Sure, could we prevent it? Yeah. Will we? Nah. That would cost money.
Tax credits expired on December 31st. Last week, the House voted on a plan to extend the credits for 3 years.
For the people who think AIDS is a God-given curse and we should not interfere with it, I ask, is your God stronger or weaker than man-made medicine?
In this first full week of the new year, House Democrats, every single one of us, joined by 17 Republicans, have partnered in a bipartisan way to protect the health care of the American people.
Man, like part of me gets so fucking mad at this, Doug, because yes, Democrats did do that, but also Democrats have had leverage multiple times over the past year to shut the government down. And then they did. And then they did not hold to that position and actually get concessions. Like, that's the infuriating part of it. Like, you guys could have gotten concessions on this shit.
Now, its fate is uncertain in the Senate.
Obamacare has been a disaster, and I think doubling down on the things that haven't worked isn't the answer.
And while the fight at the federal level continues, here on the state level, Ladapo says there are not enough resources to keep everyone enrolled.
There are. The resources are just being given to the richest motherfuckers. Like, you're making a cost-benefit analysis and you're just saying, well, it's worth it to us to give money to rich motherfuckers rather than to keep, your loved one alive. So, yeah, look, ICE can be funded infinitely, but the second it comes to people dying of preventable illnesses, oh no, what money could possibly we could possibly get? Who knows? It's worse than that. They're cutting Descovy, which means if HIV causes renal insufficiency to a person, they just die. There is no alternative for Descovy. Yeah. I mean, like, it is genuinely just people with HIV gotta leave. Gotta leave Florida. Or die, I guess.
With additional resources, it would be possible to fill that gap. But with the resources that we currently have, we're unable to fill that gap.
With limited solutions on the table.
So that placed us in a position where we needed to make some changes. So the team has been literally tirelessly trying to figure out a solution, and they've explored multiple solutions. So we've had conversations with Health and Human Services at the federal level to try and figure out how we can retain the 30,000 patients with HIV. We have had conversations with other states. We've had conversations with our local stakeholders.
It's just genuinely monstrous. You know, like there's really no other way to say it. Like, this is just monstrous. And I want y'all to know that this comes directly from RFK Jr. saying that AIDS doesn't kill people. If you think that, like, all of this is happening in a vacuum, it's not. It's because literally RFK Jr., the guy who is in charge of our entire nationwide healthcare system right now, thinks that gay people didn't die from AIDS. Here is a clip of him saying that.
A lot of people that said it's not a virus. The virus is a passenger virus. And these people are dying mainly because of poppers. 100% of the people who died in the first, of the first 1,000 who had AIDS were people who were addicted to poppers, which are known to cause Kaposi sarcoma in rats. And you know, they were people who were part of a gay lifestyle where they were burning the candle at both ends, and they were.
This man thinks that the gays were being killed by sniffing poppers. That they were killed because they were just having too much sex at both ends. That's what got them killed. What are poppers? You smell them and they like help relax your butthole. Whatever. It's stupid to say the entire AIDS epidemic was because of poppers. I cannot. What is, like, this would be like saying the Spanish flu epidemic was caused by caffeine. Did he blame poppers? Yeah. We are only halfway through this clip, by the way. I'm gonna roll it back because, like, the fact that this exists and it's this crazy is wild.
There's a lot of people that said it's not a virus. The virus is a passenger virus. And these people are dying mainly because of poppers. 100% of the people who died in the first, of the first 1,000 who had AIDS were people who were addicted to poppers, which are known.
I also just real quick, I have never heard of someone being addicted to poppers.
RFK Jr. has had more experience with AIDS than most gay people will ever have.
That Sake Tanuki getting spicy tonight. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. So, like, I've never heard of anyone getting addicted to poppers. Okay, what that means is gay men were sniffing a lot of poppers and having a lot of, like, gay sex. That's all that means. Okay? Like, the idea here that, oh, they were just all addicted to poppers, AIDS wasn't real. Are you fucking kidding me?
Known to cause Kaposi sarcoma.
It'd be like getting addicted to smelling salts or something. And, like, yeah, I bet you can theoretically do that, but that's not the widespread problem that killed all those people during the AIDS epidemic. It was HIV that turned into AIDS.
When you remember that everything he says is projection, RFK's statements suddenly become clear.
Rats. And
glad to have you here, Stellar.
And, you know, they were people who were part of a gay lifestyle where they were burning the candle at both ends, and they were taking a lot of injectable drugs and methadone, and there were poppers on sale everywhere at the gay bars. I remember growing up in that era. In the gay bars, they would be last call for poppers and last call for alcohol at 2 a.m. And all the gay bath houses sold poppers, and it became a
Bro, just okay, like setting aside like all of the horrid misinfo you're currently peddling right now, the idea that you were at all these gay bars and bathhouses, ayo, ayo, like I'm sorry, you were going to the gay bathhouses, because like I know some people who go to gay bars and are straight. I've never heard of straight people going to the gay bathhouses, though. But okay.
ubiquitous. And there were a number of people in the agency who said, this is not a viral disease, but it's a disease that is environmental.
It's 2025, man. How you going around saying that, like, HIV
Thank you
isn't
for an
viral?
excellent topic and helping enlighten others.
Oh god, Stellar911, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. I very much appreciate the support. You're going around, you're saying it's not a virus? Holy shit, dog. When's this video from? It's from, at the very least, like, the last 20 years. And even if it's from the last 20 years, we've known it's a goddamn virus since the goddamn 80s. This isn't new. I had to look up what a popper is. I don't want to describe in detail. Look, guys, it loosens you up, okay?
And it's being caused to people who are, who are getting autoimmunity from doing these, from toxics. But for Tony Fauci, it was
yes, get the people who are getting autoimmunity from toxics.
Really important to call it a virus because that made it an infectious disease, and it became.
It is an infectious disease?
He was just a foodonchi. Don't judge.
Fair Lily Lump stuff. Oh, this is so fucking horrid, though. Like, this dipshit is now in charge of our entire healthcare system in the United States. And his belief here is flowing downstream to cutting off 10,000 HIV patients in Florida from receiving life-saving care. Like, this man does not believe germs are real. Can I just reiterate for you guys that, like, he doesn't think germs are real, guys. He thinks that it's bad air. He thinks the bad air gets you sick. I'm not even kidding. Yes, he actually rejects germ theory. He believes in miasma theory? Yes. Yes, he does. Like we are, like, one step above, like, having made, like, a goddamn barber from the medieval
he has a face for
era.
radio and a voice for closed captioning.
Oh. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and just some real zingers tonight. You're on fire. The link I put shows that. Yeah, no, like, he genuinely believes in miasma theory, and, like, is one step above getting, like, a barber from medieval times to be, like, your national physician. Miasma, like that spell from Final Fantasy XIV? Yes, one and the same. He's a big believer in Final Fantasy XIV spells. This man is getting people killed actively now. Like, it's infuriating.
RFK Jr. watched Inuyasha once and said, "Yep, my asthma makes you cough."
Yep, that's exactly it. Thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan. But like, this is where we're at. This is where like the science denialism takes us. This is where like the conspiracy singularity takes us. Nothing is real. It's all just vibes. You know, whatever the president says, everything flows from that, and reality shapes itself to his whims. And it gets us a madman in the White House who is trying to start World War III with our closest allies, and also killing HIV patients for no reason, and also like occupying American cities with armed thugs who are roving around like lawless gangs. And like, I wish I could say it's going to get better from here, but it might have to get worse before it gets better, because a lot of folks still aren't really waking up, and because they're not really feeling the pain yet from these decisions. And like, a minority of people so far have already been feeling it, but it's going to take an awful lot more pain before folks in the United States wake up in a big enough way to put a stop to this. And I really wish we didn't have to go through that. So, folks, in order for us to avoid the worst of it, we got to get organized. So, what I always advocate, you guys know by now if you watched a number of my videos, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, okay? We need to radicalize our local Dems so they don't fall into this corporatist bullshit that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are pushing. And we need to join and organize our local DSA so we can connect our local worker movements with our local political movements and go forward from there. Kind of use DSA as an energy to revolutionize our Dems. You know, we gotta play with the cards we're dealt. Okay. And I know each and every one of you has an accessible Democratic Party and has an accessible DSA. And if you don't have an accessible DSA, you can make a new branch for folks in your area. Okay. So I need y'all to start getting more involved. It's not enough just to know the right thing. We have to start doing the right things and making that better world that we all know is possible a reality. So, folks, let's go. Let's do the work. If you need help figuring out how to join, reach out to If you need help figuring out how to join your local DSA, reach out to Gamergy. If you need help learning how to join your local Dems, reach out to Dragonfly. And let's start making a difference in what is happening here. Let's stop ceding ground to the corporatist trash that is ruining our entire country and all of our lives. And let's kick these bastards out of our streets. All that being said, also, if you got anything out of this, leave a like, a comment, subscribe, and check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. And I'm wearing some right now. It's super comfy. And check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. What does everyone think about Black Panthers coming back in style? I don't... Look, I have seen exactly 2 guys in the videos that everyone keeps sharing around about the Black Panthers being back. And I don't know to what degree, like, it's actually, like, a large group, or if it's just, like, a couple, like, hot guys with guns showing up at protests. Does that make sense? I haven't looked into it enough to know, but I'm not against the Black Panthers coming back and, like, being cool and doing cool shit. But they're opening back up food pantries in Philly. Fuck yeah, that's pretty cool. But also, like, is it a national thing or is it like local to Philly? I'm just a little skeptical because there were like a bunch of people who showed up to like make content during like the George Floyd protests who were like wearing like the Black Panther stuff, but like I saw them show up for like photo and video shoots and then they disappeared off the face of the fucking earth. And I don't know if that was real or not. So yeah. I'm not opposed to it. I just want to know like how real it is and if it is still real or if there are just people grifting for attention. Let's see here, folks. When's the next lingerie drop going to be, Riverboat Jack? I'm hoping to get more for my lady on her birthday. Probably after... Let me take a look here. Probably not until like early March.
To support the streaming fam. We need to come together and organize. Also,
yeah.
I need to change my screen name to Wookspock ASAP haha.
Well, Wookspock, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciated. Welcome back, and thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Oof. I had someone in a trench coat come to my door telling me the way some orange guy's behaving that I should sign up for a vault from Vault Tech. Sounds legit. You should do it. Let's see here. Homie, ain't a single damn thing happening with Democrats. They're just lazy and want money. I agree. That's why we need to get you guys in there. Yes. That is why I'm encouraging you all, presumably normal, hinged, and educated folks on these topics, to go and get involved in your local party so that we can push those lazy, money-addicted fucks out of the party and make it actually work for us. Yes. Part of it is we need to solve our own problem. I saw there were some guys armed in Minneapolis. True. Distron, we're not really taking suggestions at the moment, but you can ask your question, and I can relay it to my partner. Show up to the polls and vote? Not enough to show up to the polls and vote. We need to start organizing outside of just showing up to vote. Showing up to vote happens like once every other year. We need to show up more often than that. Voting is bare minimum entry level baby shit. All right. Okay, folks. Let's jump into the next one, shall we? Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
Jack, I work full-time right now on third shift. I want to get involved, but don't have a lot of time. Can I get paid to get involved somehow?
I mean, that would involve, like, joining your local party and figuring out, like, what the paid positions
How
are.
is lingerie? sexy clothes to wear in your backyard, not a thing.
Oh, I'm just my mind conjures images unbidden. Just like AstroTurf bikini. I don't like it. Take it away. The sensory nightmare is disqualifying. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And I do want to say, Nathan, like getting paid would involve demonstrating skills, right? So, one of the things that they would look for example, is if you have spent time being like the note taker or the treasurer or the vice chair or the chair of a local Dem party, which I want to reiterate, when I showed up to my first Dem meeting ever, I was 1, the youngest person in the room, and 2, they were actively looking to give away responsibilities in the party locally to just anyone who is willing to show up. And if you take on those responsibilities, you can put them on your resume, which is going to matter a whole heck of a lot if you apply to any actual paid position. So, there's not really one that you can just get paid for instantly. And as far as I know, with DSA, there aren't a ton of paid opportunities available. Voting may be the bare minimum, but so many people don't even do that. It's true. Part of our job is to get them to do that. Okay. Just use your contacts to get the guy some Soros bucks, Jay. I don't even get the Soros bucks, guys. All right. You know, I will talk about this on a new day. This I'll talk about today because it's goddamn hilarious. All right. So, folks, real quick, I wanted to talk about a man called Senator Bill Cassidy. Now, for those of you who don't know who Bill Cassidy is, he is he's a Trump sycophant. Like, he's truly been one of the most groveling members of the Senate. And I just wanted to say that watching this senator from Louisiana, like, just kowtow to Trump over and over and over again is especially funny because he's one of the few people who remain in office in the Republican Party who actually voted to convict him during his impeachment trial. Bill Cassidy voted to convict him in the Senate, which is maybe, puts him pretty high up on the shit list of Donald Trump, which, Bill Cassidy for years now has done his utmost to try and placate this overgrown orange baby man and show him how much no Trump, baby, I love you, no, don't be like that, shh, no, I love you, I've never leave you, baby, no, baby. And Trump has seemed relatively cool with that until yesterday. Highly respected America First Congresswoman Julia Letlow of the wonderful state of Louisiana is a great star and has been from the very beginning and only gets better. I'm hearing that Julia is considering launching her campaign for the United States Senate in Louisiana, a place I love and won big 6 times, including primaries in 2016, 2020, and 2024. I know Julia well and have seen her tested at the highest and most difficult levels, and she is a total winner. A proud mother of 2 children, Julia is a wonderful person, has always delivered for Louisiana, and would continue doing so in the United States Senate. As your next senator, Julia will work tirelessly to grow our economy, cut taxes and regulations, support our amazing farmers and fishermen, champion Louisiana oil and gas, unleash American energy dominance, promote made in the USA, keep our borders secure, stop migrant crime, ensure law and order, strengthen our military veterans, and protect our always under siege Second Amendment. Should she decide to enter this race, Julia Letlow has my complete and total endorsement. Run, Julia, run! President Donald J. Trump. So, that's Donald Trump endorsing Bill Cassidy's opponent. That's where loyalty to Donald Trump gets you. It gets you summarily thrown under the bus the second he can exact any kind of petty vengeance.
Talk about a special victims unit.
Yay! I got to use that perfectly. Oh, God. It's... Look at the rabbits, George. Yeah, buddy. Just keep looking at those rabbits. Bill Cassidy. How the degradation... Like, how do these people live with themselves after spending years degrading themselves, spewing lies and bigotry in order to get on this man's good side? And then, like... They just one day, their entire political future just completely gets smoked. I don't understand how they stay loyal to this guy. They all have a bootlicking fetish. It is getting to the point where that's the only explanation, you know? But best of luck, Bill Cassidy. Maybe if you, pull a Bubba, your man will love you enough to rescind this endorsement and endorse you. Who can say? But all that being said, let me know what you think in the comments. Hit that like button. Consider subscribing and leave a comment longer than 8 words. Apparently it helps. Remember, folks, in order to fight this, we need to get organized. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Let's build up our coalition and get some shit done on the local level, and maybe then on the state level, and then on the national level. Let's go. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's very comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. New colors and styles coming in the near future. So please check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. All right, folks, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and let's do the thing. I have a little song that we play during our little interstitial. Here you go. Remember to click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. right. These are the people. These are the people who are going to destroy America. These morons got the best of us. They got the best of us for a time, but no matter what happens, we're all still gonna be here when the dust settles, and we keep the ideal of America alive, the ideal of freedom, of democracy, of the better world we all know we deserve and our neighbors deserve. We keep that alive for us, no matter what happens. Whew. But yeah, they are morons, and they are going to do a lot of damage out the door. Let's see here. Mm. How we all doing? You feeling good? We're about 2 hours in, folks, and just want to remind y'all we are trucking along towards our goal here. Very cool. And remember, we do hit that goal, we're gonna tone shift and do a fun segment from the from our fun segment day. We're gonna do it a bit early today. So that's your incentive. And yeah. Just as a little like palate cleanser. So I do my therapy online a lot these days. My partner bought me this, and it's a weighted dragon plush, and it's just really I think it's really adorable. Look at those little leggies. And I just think it's really I like it. It sits in my lap when I do therapy. um and I have it sitting on the couch arm right within arm's reach. It's really, really cute. I like it a lot. Who makes it? I don't know. It doesn't have a tag that says anything. This tongue says feel calm. Has a smooth texture on one side and a rough texture on the other. It's very nice to touch. I've literally been looking for a perfect weighted plush. That's so cute. You know what? I'll text my partner, and if she's still awake, tell me where she got it. Where did you get that adorable dragon weighted plush that
I know
I
it's
love
expensive, but I am a big fan of the life-size Wailord from the Pokemon Center.
Oh man, those life-size Pokemons are goddamn huge. And expensive, but they do look like they at least are made with that. I'm telling my fam soon that I leave in a month. The all-powerful Kagan, thank you for the $2 super chat, and best of luck. Best of luck. I have a bearded dragon. He's about 1 pound, definitely not plushy. Kind of like snuggling with sandpaper, actually, but scratchy arms are fine as long as he's comfy. Oh. Good night, the Stegocephalian. All right. Folks, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. All right, folks, here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about Greenland again. because I think that today, maybe for the first time, a lot of these folks in Washington, D.C., who have been on the fence are thinking, oh, maybe Donald Trump is joking. Oh, he's just playing hardball to try and ineffectively get Denmark to come to the negotiation table and sell Greenland to the United States. You know, that's why he's threatening war with to send soldiers into Greenland and seize it. Like, this is all just, you know, Donald Trump being Donald Trump, that silly little Billy. And I think people are slowly in the DC circle waking up to the idea that he's not joking and he's not being just a silly little guy about it. You know, there are 60,000 people who live in Greenland. They don't think it's funny. You know, the people of Denmark don't think it's funny either. The people of Europe don't think it's funny. They are taking this as an extraordinarily clear threat to their territorial sovereignty.
Nice protest sign. Some cash for materials.
One-Eyed Atheist, thank you very much for the $5 super chat and for recognizing the sign. It's they've been popping up all over town. And I wholeheartedly endorse the message. Which is why I wanted to throw it up in the background. But why have people been so slow about this? Because America lives in a bubble of unreality. Where, oh, you know, it's just words. It's just a law. It's not like it's actually going to lead to people dying or anything. People in Washington have been so insulated from the consequences of their actions or inactions that they just do not really recognize when there's a cost to what they're doing or not doing. And it's becoming so heinously obvious that even they are going like, oh, wait a minute, maybe this is real. You know? And like, I don't know how to really tell folks how severe the problem is, but I'm gonna try. Okay? I'm gonna try. Donald Trump, in the span of about a year, has burned literally every bridge of goodwill that has existed between Europe and the United States. Between the verbal sparring early on when Trump came into office and the tariff bullshit to get NATO to pay their fair share, and like all of these other activities that he's been doing to antagonize Europe and embarrass the United States. Now we get to the point where he is not just embarrassing them, not just leveraging economic bullshit every which way for nonsensical reasons. He is now also trying to seize territory. And that is historically a colossal act of war. Like, you typically cannot seize territory from another sovereign nation without expecting a response. And that is what he seems to be under the delusion that the United States is in the position to do. That the United States is just so all-powerful, so uncontestable, so without equal, that it can just roll up to Greenland and take it over, no problem, no hitch in the giddy-up, etc. Right? And what has happened here is this posture was kind of like treated as like a pat on the head. Sure, champ. Yeah, you really want Greenland. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Go drink your Capri Sun. All right, champ. And it has gone from that to, oh no, he's actually like he's actually like for real having like our special forces draw up battle plans to take over Greenland. Oh, he's actually for real like continually threatening world leaders, not as a joke, Not as in like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of way, but in a, oh no, he actually wants to go for it way. And a lot of this does come back around to his cabinet, because he's just surrounded himself with odious yes men who are all trying to manipulate him for their own ends. And so far, it seems that no one has been better at this than Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller has been whispering all sorts of nonsense into Donald Trump's ear. And this rampant imperialism, the occupation of Minnesota, all of these things seem to be the brainchildren of Stephen Miller. And after the ousting of Nicolas Maduro, that has left Donald Trump feeling high on his own supply. And so he turns his attention to something he has always coveted, Greenland. And I talked a little bit a few days ago about how the announced tariffs from Donald Trump gave me like a bit of hope, because it is not a further escalation militarily to occupy Greenland, right? Like, it's not like he's readying planes on the tarmac or anything. However, it did still represent an escalation, right? It wasn't an escalation in direct military conflict, but it was an escalation that was going to always come with real diplomatic, if not economic costs. And one of the things that has been written about extensively now is that Donald Trump had, in his, oh, I'm going to leverage a 10% tariff on all these countries that are sending troops to Greenland. Haha. You know, that'll show them. And it'll go up to 25% if they're still there by March.
Hot take: how about an act of Congress that removes this presidency's ability to issue pardons? I think that's a reasonable first step.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that reasonable first step. If that ever does happen, it's going to be after Donald Trump completely and utterly implodes. Which, I want to be clear, today that should have happened. Today should have been the day that brought down Donald Trump. In any sane world, if you manage to make it here, today, his actions on the world stage should have been the ending of his ability to govern as president. And we haven't seen that yet. So we'll see about any kind of sane first steps, you know? So we are in a pretty awful space right now.
But Jack, the people are aroused.
People are aroused. I haven't seen
True.
people so aroused in a very, very long time.
True. God damn it. Like, I want folks to understand that in retaliation for what Trump has done unilaterally with tariffs, the 10% escalating to 25% tariff on these nations, and to be clear, he hasn't put these enacted yet, as far as I know. But he has called for them, which he is, I guess, because Republicans have abdicated their responsibilities to Congress, have just given him the power to do at will. But I want y'all to know that Europe is going to retaliate. And that retaliation that they are discussing behind closed doors amounts to like tens of billions. I think it's just shy of $100 billion in economic retaliation directed towards the United States. We're going to feel that. That is going to be felt. Luckily, European leadership has a heart and has exempted pharmaceuticals from this economic retaliation, though they did not have to. Ireland, for example, makes a lot of money off of their exports of pharmaceuticals, so they were heavily opposed to adding pharmaceuticals, and that did not make it through to the final thing. But I am going to say this. They're also considering additional things that go beyond tariffs.
The only time Article 5 of the NATO Treaty has been enacted was to defend us after 9/11. Disgusting he is treating allies this way.
Yeah, especially Denmark. Denmark had like some of the highest rates of casualties in the wake of Article 5 being invoked. Like Denmark heeded the call. But one of the things that folks don't really understand here is that the economic consequences are going to go far beyond just like the raw number data of economic retaliation. It's going to also include locking American companies out of European contracts, locking American companies out of, service work, etc. Like it is going to constitute denying American companies essentially access to almost 500 million people that live in Europe, right? It is going to be something that is very damaging to the American economy, and we're going to feel it. People are calling it the economic bazooka, and it's not great. Let's see here. I wanted a few more hard details on that. No, this wasn't the article I was reading earlier. Yes, here it is. Cool. Yeah, the anti-coercion instrument. The ACI, adopted in November of 2023, was designed as a response when a country uses economic pressure to force the EU or a member state to change sovereign policy decisions. It was built with China in mind. And here we are in 2026 with the first serious consideration of its use being against the United States. Unlike conventional tariff retaliation, the ACI authorizes the EU to take a range of countermeasures, including excluding American companies from bidding on EU government contracts, restricting access to European financial services and capital markets, limiting foreign direct investment from US firms, suspending intellectual property protections for American companies, and imposing restrictions on trade in services, including through EU subsidiaries. The EU single market represents around 450 million consumers. For American service companies in tech, finance, and consulting, losing access to that market would be a devastating economic blow. Which I'm going to link this piece here because it's very, very good at explaining the situation from Matthew Cortland. Here we go. This is entirely, by the way, justified. If they do pull the trigger on this, if Trump pulls the trigger on the tariffs and they pull the trigger on this, like, guess what, folks? Buckle up. Not only are we about to lose to China in a trade war, or have already lost to China in a trade war, we're going to lose to Europe in a trade war as well. Thanks, Donald Trump. But remember, all of this is because Donald Trump is trying to use those tariffs as leverage to seize territory from an allied nation. And I want to point this out. This is what the White House is putting out right now. From earlier today, NATO has been telling Denmark for 20 years that you have to get the Russian threat away from Greenland. Unfortunately, Denmark has been unable to do anything about it. Now it's time, and it will be done. President Donald J. Trump. Wow, that sounds like a really strong statement. Except I want to remind everyone that the United States and Denmark, and by extension Greenland, are in a defensive alliance whereby America is allowed to build military bases basically wherever they want, all over Greenland, in order for mutual defense purposes, like a mutual defense alliance might have, like NATO has. And the idea that, like, oh, well, it's Denmark's responsibility to keep Russia. No, it's all of our responsibilities. That's why America has bases there. It's not difficult. It's not difficult to figure out. The fact that no one, like, fact checks him on this is bizarre to me. But I wanted to share with you really the breaking point for me.
Now I am thinking of a bizarre alternate timeline where Europe suspends our IP law and so much bootleg Spider-Man content comes out Disney steps I to stop Trump absolute reality TV BS.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the door is open to that possibility right now, Nathan, and that's just utterly bizarre. But I wanted to share this with you guys because there's genuinely just no words for it. So many folks might be aware by now that there is a series of messages that have been leaked between the head of Norway, the Norwegian Prime Minister Jonas Støre, and Donald Trump. And this, I have to be completely honest with you guys. I was gonna go live last night and talk about this, and I just sat there staring at this because I could not wrap my head around how utterly insane this all is. How utterly delusional, how utterly demented, and like insane our president is. This is from CBS. CBS did a Freedom of Information Act request to get the whole exchange. Earlier, we shared part of the text exchange between Donald Trump and Norwegian Prime Minister Jonas Støre. The BBC's US partner, CBS News, has now received the full version after it was released under Norwegian Freedom of Information law. The message Jonas Støre sent was on behalf of himself and the Finnish president, Alexander Stubb. Here's the exchange. Message from Støre to Trump, 18th of January, 1548. Or at 1548. Dear Mr. President, dear Donald, on the contact across the Atlantic, on Greenland, Gaza, Ukraine, and your tariff announcement yesterday, you know our position on these issues, but we believe we all should work to take this down and de-escalate. So much is happening around us where we need to stand together.
The letter reads like a shit tier meme. I can't even send this to my mom because she'll just dismiss it as fake.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's real. It is real. We are proposing a call with you later today, with both of us or separately. Give us a hint of what you prefer. Best, Alex and Jonas. Message from Trump to Støre, 18th of January at 16:15. Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. Denmark cannot protect their land from Russia or China, and why do they have a right of ownership anyway? There are no written documents, it's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago. But we had boats landing there also. I have done more for NATO than any other person since its founding, and now NATO should do something for the United States. The world is not secure unless we have complete and total control of Greenland. Thank you, President DJT. That's where we're at, folks. That's where we're at. The President of the United States is whining in DMs to the Prime Minister of Norway and the Finnish president and saying, you guys didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize, so I'm going to invade Greenland. Do you know how stupid that is? Like, this is the setup for, like, a goddamn, like a literal joke. give me the Peace Prize or I'll kill you. Like, are you kidding me?
I can't believe it. I mean, I can because it's Trump, but I just big sigh.
But, like, the issue is, it's, like, we can't just be like, oh, it's stupid, and then move on. Like, this is a big deal. Like, yes, it's stupid. Yes, it's demented. Yes, it's insane. But the guy who is at the center of it, who is making these decisions and commanding one of the largest militaries on the planet, is the guy making the decisions. I know I said that twice, but I really wanted to hammer that part home. And Congress has abdicated their responsibility to do anything about him. His entire cabinet is full of morons and influencers who have no idea what the fuck they're doing, other than, you know, trying to brutalize non-white people. And, like, my hope is that this doesn't bubble over into, like, actual boots on the ground shit, because, guys, Europe isn't taking this as a light threat. They're not taking this as a hee ha ha type of thing. They're throwing troops into Greenland. Like, here are the Danes deploying in Greenland.
Yes, Jagt. Velkommen til.
Like, I don't know what to tell you guys, right? Like, we have not been able to handle our shit here in the United States. We fucked it up so badly that it's now becoming other people's problems in, like, a imminent geopolitical sense. And you never want an imminent geopolitical situation of any kind. Yeah, Sweden has deployed. Norway is deploying. Finland is deploying. And, like, this isn't, like, just a laugh it off and go home type of situation, folks. Like, NORAD had a planned exercise, right, in Greenland. Planned for, like, earlier today. They had to put out a statement. North American Aerospace Defense Command aircraft will soon arrive at Pitofik Space Base, Greenland, along with aircraft operating from bases in the continental United States and Canada. They will support various long-planned NORAD activities, building on the enduring defense cooperation between the United States and Canada, as well as the Kingdom of Denmark. This activity has been coordinated with the Kingdom of Denmark, and all supporting forces operate with the requisite diplomatic clearances. The government of Greenland is also informed of planned activities. NORAD routinely conducts sustained, dispersed operations in the defense of North America through one or all three NORAD regions, Alaska, Canada, and the continental US. And they have to put out that message, just so you guys know, because otherwise people are going to be worried that the United States is fucking invading Greenland. Like, we are, like, on the verge of something catastrophic. And, like, I would say that to get to this point, something catastrophic has already happened, but now that we're here, something additionally catastrophic could go wrong, and then we're all in deep trouble. The problem is they aren't deploying enough people. 1,000 or 2,000 people per country is not enough. It's not enough, yes, but the amount of people isn't really the point. It's not so that the amount of people being deployed to Greenland, they're not there so that they can, like, defeat American forces if America, like, invades Greenland. The point of the people being sent to Greenland is effectively to mount a doomed defense of Greenland that will ensure that Europe goes to war for Greenland's defense. This is what's called leaving tripwire forces. And it is to ensure that conflict arises in order to preserve, territorial sovereignty. Yeah, it's supposed to act as a deterrent, but in the event that the deterrent fails, it is to ensure that all countries pledged to the defense of Greenland come to the defense of Greenland. Right? Basically, I don't think the orange shirt has the stomach for a ground fight. The issue is he has people around him telling him that no one in their right mind would ever go to war for Greenland. Just do it. Like, there won't be any consequences. Just take Greenland. They won't actually go to war with the United States because that would be insane. Like, that's what he has surrounded himself with, and we know that because all of his cabinet members who have come out and talked about Greenland are talking that exact talking point. They are saying, well, no, America's just so big and strong. You've heard it from Miller. You've heard it from Scott Bessant. You've heard it from a lot of the folks around Donald Trump. And if he comes away genuinely believing that, it sets the stage for a profound tragedy. Like, he doesn't care if Americans die. He doesn't care if, like, we torch all of our relationships with all our allies. He does not care. Yeah, exactly, Stellar. Like, there's no reason for us to do any of this because we already have the ability to build military bases where we will on Greenland. And I just sat last night with this letter, looking at it and reading it over and over again, because I gotta be honest, I've never felt quite so helpless. Considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize, which, number one, Norway as a country isn't in charge of that. Norway also doesn't own Greenland, so the idea that Donald Trump is connecting these two things at all is just, let's call it what it is. It's insanity. Like, the emperor has no goddamn clothes. Right? We were wondering if you were aware of the 25th last night, not gonna lie. I'm aware of the 25th Amendment, but again, no one in his cabinet is going to invoke the 25th Amendment. Like, that's part of the problem here, guys. Like, they like that his brain is mush. It makes him so malleable and easy to control. They like it. They're not going to get rid of him because he can effectively be their human shield for all of the evil that they want to do. I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. This is an American president essentially saying, I'm thinking about killing all y'all. Denmark cannot protect that land from Russia or China. It doesn't have to, because we're in a defensive alliance that obligates us to defend them in the event of an attack. This argument is stupid and wrong in a million different ways. Why do they have a right of ownership anyway? There's no written documents. It's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago, but we had boats landing there also. Okay, if you want to run with this argument, Donald, America also doesn't exist. Like, like, congrats. Just some boats landed there. Yeah, some boats landed at Plymouth Rock, too. We gonna give that back? You know, I seem to recall some other people being there. I've done more for NATO than any other person since its founding. And now NATO should do something for the United States. NATO doesn't have the ability to give sovereign territory of a member country to another member country. It's just fucking bullshit. What he's done for NATO is refuse to pay into NATO and force other countries within NATO to rearm and restart their arms manufacturing industries so that they can, like, rearm themselves and not have to rely on the United States. That's weakening NATO from an American perspective. Yeah, not to mention the fact that literal members of NATO fought and died and bled for the United States. Like, god damn it. I did more than anyone who's ever died for the Alliance. I just... Having them protect themselves hurts NATO. Yeah, it hurts the diplomatic ties that bind us to the other nations of NATO. Yeah, yes. Getting all of the military leaders and the civilian leaders of NATO in a room and then berating them like they're naughty school children for like an hour and a half. Yeah, that harms the ties that bind NATO.
Jack, you're missing the small logic. He has what Trump has done for NATO is stop 8.5 wars, except that's a lie, so whatever.
Having JD Vance, the couch fucker, talk down to a room full of military leaders who have dedicated their lives to securing this defensive alliance as if they're naughty ass school kids. Yeah, that harms the alliance. Because one of the key parts of maintaining an alliance is goddamn diplomacy and tact. And if you can employ neither, then your alliance is in some trouble. Also, just throwing it out there, the whole I'm tariffing all of our allies thing also doesn't help. If the US is so powerful, why haven't we been part of a winning war since World War II? Because we've been fighting against insurgencies while trying to occupy huge amounts of territory. We haven't been fighting a war like World War II. We've been trying to subjugate people that the American state viewed as lesser than. And it turns out they were innovative and they were able to fight back. And they were able to beat us out. Yeah, a key part of a diplomatic alliance is not threatening to invade your allies, actually. Oh, God. All right. I'm just going to say I'm really scared of what's going to happen here. I will say that I am somewhat heartened by the fact that there seems to be some pushback as of today among Republicans in Congress. You know, some hardliners even are coming out against this. And that's good, but it's nowhere near enough. Okay? There's nowhere near enough Republicans in Congress coming out against this shit. And I'm really, really worried that this could go really, really poorly. But I will say today is a start, and I'm hoping that as dissatisfaction among the American people builds, because even Republicans do not want us to militarily invade Greenland, even Republican voters, the median Republican voter does not want to invade Greenland. And certainly doesn't want to invade Greenland if they know that it would bring about a war with all of Europe. But that's where we are right now, where we're like, well, maybe the median American voter is smart enough to realize that a global war with Europe would be bad. And man, that is rolling some dice. I'm just... That's where we're at. We're not even 3 weeks into the new year, guys. And I had to sit staring into the void last night, worrying that a madman could take us over the brink into something truly catastrophic. And that worry is not gone today. I was hoping it would be. I was hoping that the reaction today would be like big enough and deterring enough that Republicans would be coming out in one voice against this. But we're not there yet. And that is deeply, deeply scary. And to all the folks watching from outside the United States, we are going to keep on trying our best here to change things. And I am deeply sorry and deeply embarrassed for what my country is doing to all of yours. I'm deeply sorry. And I understand that there is going to be a long, long process of rebuilding trust geopolitically between nations, because this stupid fucking asshole burned it all down for no reason other than to flatter his own vanity. And I am, again, very sorry that a sizable enough portion of this country was so utterly failed by Democrats and so utterly charmed by Republicans that he made it into office a second time. Fellow Americans, it's incumbent upon us to build up a movement based in grassroots local politics that can kick these pieces of shit to the curb. Whether they are complacent Dems who have been paid off by moneyed lobbyists, or Republicans who are just openly embracing evil, we need to build up a movement that is capable of telling them to hit the bricks and get the fuck out. Okay? Because I have no illusions that when I say, oh, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, that is sending you to do an easy task. You know, the first step, of course, is showing up for your local meetings. And that's where the majority of the work is, like just showing up. But that doesn't mean you're not going to face opposition in your local Democratic Party. And that doesn't mean that you're not going to face opposition in your local DSA. But what it does mean is that we need to build up more people and more power than what our opponents have. And we need to crush them. That is, like, that's what it comes down to. It comes down to, we need to have more of us showing up than they have of these corporate paid off, complacent pieces of shit showing up. And once we hit that, once we are able to do that, once we are able to coordinate that, then we can start seeing the victories that we deserve. So, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and let's get to work. Okay? We are blessed in this community to have Gamergy, who has a wealth of experience organizing with DSA and organizing on the ground locally. She can help you join your local DSA wherever you are in this country. Reach out to her on Discord. And we are also blessed to have Dragonfly, who has worked organizing and radicalizing Dems to the left within the Democratic Party for years and is desperate for assistance. So if you are wanting to get involved in that process for yourself in your local area, she is going to be happy to assist you to do that. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, I can't say that any of you will have enjoyed this, but if you got anything out of this segment, hit that like button. Please consider subscribing. And if you are really liking it or getting anything out of it, leave a comment longer than 8 words. The algorithm likes it when they're longer than 8 words. I don't know why. Just does. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. Non-tucking lingerie. New colors and styles coming up in the next few months here. Stay tuned. And with that said, let's keep on going, because we got a lot of problems and we got to start dealing with them. Oh God. Also, mods handling shit in YouTube chat. Nice to see. You look really pretty today. Thank you. I do not feel like I look pretty today, so thank you. Yeah, spleen. Like, that'll be one of the big hurdles, which will be no country will be able to trust the United States until they see a swap of, like, the parties again. You know? Like, why on earth would you trust America for any kind of long-term treaty or alliance or agreement if you knew in, like, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, someone entirely different could come along and just tear them all up, you know? So it will take multiple administrations to rebuild what was lost here. God. Folks, we've been going for about almost 3 hours now. Also, shout out to how many people we got watching? We got we have around 600 plus people watching. Jesus. Hello, everybody.
My rage is boiling to an actual dangerous level. Anyway, here's the pupper Leo in his first bath during Christmas. White people happy.
I do want to see Leo with his first bath. Oh my God.
My rage is boiling to an actual dangerous level. Anyway, here's the pupper Leo in his first bath during Christmas. White people happy.
What kind of dog is Leo? He's so cute, Melanie. Oh my God. Oh. My heart. Too cute for words. A Cavapoo, you've told me that before. Oh my God. Adorable. Big baby, indeed. Oh God. Okay. Let's see here, folks. I will say, if you are looking to be in the on-screen chat, I know I get questions about that. Looks like we have a bunch of new people watching. You can go to riverboat.gg, and that's where the on-screen chat is. You get a bunch of emotes. You can send links. If you send a bad link, you will be IP banned, so don't do that. But that is where the on-screen chat is, and any subs or donations made over there go more directly to me. I get a larger cut over there, just in case you guys are wondering. But totally optional. You just get a whole lot more emotes you can use in the chat, and people are cool, and the chat is on all the time, even when I'm not live. So you guys can hang out over there if you'd like and become an offliner. How many carrots do you have to eat to keep your hair that color? God. I'm sorry, I missed the put glasses on command. Sorry about that. I'm just really worried about my grandson. I mean, fair. Like, I'm worried about my partner all the damn time. And yeah, we gotta. Oh boy, we got a lot to talk about today. I will say, I know that this is a lot. I know that we're dealing with a lot of absolute bullshit, and I am hoping that y'all will stick with me and like roll your sleeves up and help get this problem settled, because we need folks to step up. And I will also say that it's very nerve-wracking. It is a very large problem. No rest for the weary. Too true. Also, folks, this is where the sub count is. I need to add Smelany's $5. There we go. Jack secretly a rabbit. I'm worried, chat. In this for the long haul? Hell yeah. Also, shout out to the mods. Thank you for dealing. I know we've been dealing with an increased number of trolls in YouTube chat. Likely related to the fact that I started vertical streaming as well, so now it's just a little bit easier for awful folks to access the community. But you guys have been absolute champs about it, and I really appreciate all y'all. So thank you so much. The protest songs hit different now, don't they though? Don't they though? Trump is leaking a private conversation with Macron? Nani? Oh god. This fucking dipshit's posting things like this on his Truth Social website. Ah, fuck me. God damn it. Trump posting that? Yeah. Truth Social needs to be shut down. I think folks really need to grapple with the reality that what we're looking at here is we are gonna need like a, you know, we're gonna need like a tribunal on the scale of Nuremberg, but actually effective. We're gonna need like to finish the task of the reconstruction. We're gonna need to do like some huge amount of shit to keep people accountable. And to like actually ensure that this doesn't just happen again 4 years after 2028. The anti-trans FBI letters content creators were getting have been shown to be fake. True. Fun that the world just explodes in my 20s. Yeah, it's kind of been like that for yeah. As a millennial who got out of high school and the economy exploded. I feel that. Ugh. If the US doesn't clean house after this, I kind of feel like they're kind of doomed to just collapse. I mean, yeah, like it needs to be, you know, I think a good example, I was talking a little bit about Zoran Mamdani earlier, and like Zoran Mamdani is focusing on like what he can do to like help the people of New York. And I do think that that needs to be the primary focus, but I think just as important, anyone who wins in 2028 needs to bring the energy of like retribution. There needs to be like a like I don't know, truth and reconciliation commission or something on a mass scale. There needs to be like actual accountability for the people who are right now roving through my neighborhood and like grabbing people off the street. Like that can't just be like something that people forget. Like I was watching the Majority Report the other day, and they mentioned like having a list, a searchable online database of people who are ICE agents or were ICE agents from this time. Like you signed up to be an ICE agent under Donald Trump. Guess what? People are going to be able to look that up. You know, like that is just like a small component of what should be a much larger process of renormalizing the United States to be compassionate and decent to one another. Because I can't be in solidarity with people who are have been trying to like throw my family members in jail for their ethnicity. Like it's fucking insane. You think I'm gonna forget that shit? Nah, without accountability, no. No, I'm not. Maybe after some accountability is taken, forgiveness might be possible, but I'm not gonna forget or forgive that shit until accountability happens. Question, has any other president used ICE for this type of madness? I'm learning and I feel comfortable to ask questions and not be judged. And the answer to that, unfortunately, is yes. You know, it wasn't to the extent where like ICE was being told you have absolute immunity to shoot people in the face. And it wasn't like to the extent that they were flooding cities with like, you know, there are 600 police officers here in Minneapolis, and there are like 3,000 plus ICE officers on the streets. Like I'm not aware of any situation in which anything like what is happening to Minnesota has happened before. It's never been on this scale. But like ICE has always from its inception been an evil fucking institution that needed to go. How did the pre 9/11 INS do immigration? It did targeted raids, and it also did like fines and stuff like that. and it was smaller in scale. That being said, INS was also not great, but it was a damn sight better than ICE is right now. And I'm not saying we should go back to INS either. I'm just saying, like, this has to fucking stop. It's not. If you are not here in Minnesota, this is not tenable. Like, we cannot just, like, live like this. We'll be talking about it in a minute, but, like, fuck. I guess if you don't have a member star, you're ignored. Nope. I just, it's really hard to really hammer this point across, but there are like 600 people watching and talking, and I'm pulling out individual statements from that crowd of 600 people who are typing at me. And so I, as a limited individual, cannot respond to all of you at once. So some people get responded to and other people don't. And it just depends on the comment. But whether or not you are subscribed has nothing to do with whether or not I look at the comments. Let's see here. I don't want a Fed post? Then don't! Jack responds to me all the time because I'm so cool. Indeed, LB. Oh yeah, D Rabbits. The chat window, that's riverboat.gg. I'm responding to YouTube chat, riverboat.gg chat, and Twitch chat. All three are simultaneous. I have literally 3 chats on my screen right now. Riverboat Jack won't read this comment because she hates me, because my ass is too thick and juicy, and she's hating me for it. It's true. I feel so seen right now. My hatred exposed for all. Let's see here. All right. Let's move on, shall we? Juzor! Yay! Thank you for the 3 tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream. Getting us closer to our goal. Why hate on juicy asses, Jack? Look. I don't look, I don't want to trauma dump at all of you. Okay, folks. I've been thinking about doing this. I don't know if it's that. I don't think it's worth, like, a segment, but I did want to highlight this New York Times article. One state, 2 very different views of Minneapolis. And I just want to say, the New York Times, why are you all committed to being dog shit? I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. And maybe this rant will be worth doing a segment on. I don't know. But the New York Times, in order to, like, examine America's urban-rural divide, went to Ye Old Pickle Factory in Nisswa, Minnesota. And you know what? Let's just take a quick gander here at Nisswa, Minnesota. All right. So Nisswa, Minnesota, for those of you who don't know where it is up in the middle of nowhere in, Minnesota, obviously. And it is approximately north of Brainerd, right? It's like right here. And Minneapolis is all the way down here. So it would take you maybe like 4 hours, 3.5 hours to drive from Minneapolis to Nisswa. All right. It's a ways away. And the New York Times was like, well, obviously we have to go to Nisswa in order to examine the urban-rural divide. And so they went to a small town bar in Nisswa, Minnesota. And just interviewed people about what they thought about the about ICE agents murdering Renee Good. And like, they're just like, you obey a law, officer. You well, I don't know what to tell you. You obey the law. Like, but here's what I don't understand, right? Because it's never about examining the rural-urban divide, right? That's not what these pieces are about. These pieces are about pushing a narrative that for whatever reason, rural voters are more important than urban voters. That in some way, a rural voter is more of a real American compared to what an urban voter is. That, and like, I gotta be honest with you, that strikes me as like it smacks a bit of white supremacy, to be honest, but also it serves the status quo agenda for both the Democrats and the Republicans. And what I mean by that is both the Democrats and Republicans treat rural voters as if they are precious baby ducklings who need to be protected at all costs, while simultaneously like fucking all of them over. And urban voters over at the same time. It like in a way, like our political establishment is basically doing that Yojimbo thing, playing the two different factions against each other. I think it was Yojimbo, right? Whatever. So like they're just trying to like create this divide and maintain it, and in doing so be able to fuck over more people. I'm a rural voter and have voted socialist since 2012. When's my interview? Yeah, exactly. And I just... You obey the law, officer, and question it later. Like, I understand that, like... I understand that folks in rural areas, they have real concerns that affect their real lives. But a lot of these folks aren't getting ICE officers knocking on their doors in Nisswa, Minnesota. They're not experiencing the absolute horror of someone pulling you over and you haven't done anything wrong. And they say, prove to me you're a citizen, and no matter what documentation you show, it's not good enough. And they're going to haul you down, print you, take your DNA and your picture of your face, and maybe if you're lucky, let you see your lawyer. You know? They're not dealing with that. So to them, it's like an academic curiosity that's discussed at the bar. You know? These people live out in the middle of nowhere, and they are just terrified of going to the city. Most of the regulars avoid Minneapolis if they can. They see the city as dangerous, out of control, and something to flee. I don't even want to go there, Miss Jensen said of Minneapolis. Not anymore. Not since the George Floyd riots. I worked my butt off to get up here, and there's no way I'm going back. And it's just... These people are terrified to just, like, walk down a city block. They are just terrified. And for like, no reason. Like, it's perfectly safe to walk around. The only people making it unsafe here are ICE. That's it. The only people making me and my family afraid to walk down the streets of Minneapolis. Not any gangbangers. It's not any, like, homeless people. It's ICE. And none of these people have had to seriously engage with ICE, which is why they're like, oh, it's so scary because Somali people are in Minneapolis. Like, they're just scared of people who look different than them. It's just white flight. That's it. And like, it's very frustrating here. And it's especially frustrating because the message that tends to resonate with these rural voters, right, is that, oh, you're getting shortchanged. You rural voters, you're getting shortchanged. All those city slickers are getting all the sweet, sweet money in their big, fancy cities. And it's coming at your expense. You're getting worse healthcare because of what's happening in those cities. You're getting worse social services because of what's happening in those cities. And that's just a lie. It's just a fucking lie.
It's incredible how much of it just boils down to this.
What is this? Conservative guy scared of cities. Saw that thing on the news. Too many of those people there can't park Ford Super Duty, not scared, bro. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It really does boil down to that a lot of the time. But I also want to say that, like, it's bullshit. Like, social services aren't worse in rural counties because cities take more money for themselves. It is actually the opposite. The Minnesota Reformer did an excellent breakdown of this about 2-3 years ago, actually. Twin Cities Metro sends money to rural counties, and it did an excellent breakdown here to show how this all goes, which is basically that rural areas of of Minnesota pay less in taxes than they receive in aid and credits, and the metro area, the city area, pays more in taxes than they take in aid and credits. So, like, I just want folks to understand that this whole us versus them thing that gets pushed in the mainstream media by places like the New York Times and like, oh, they have such a different outlook. It's not that different. It's just not. A lot of rural areas are the product of white flight. A lot of rural areas are, in fact, like, benefiting from cities. And but those people in rural areas are being trained by media and by politicians and the folks who show up and talk to them to hate cities. When in reality, what is happening is that the rich and the powerful are just taking from both the rural areas and the cities. That is what is making life in rural areas of this country worse and worse. It's because Republican lawmakers that represent these rural areas at every given turn are fucking over their economically disadvantaged constituents in order to hand bigger and bigger checks to their donors. That's it. It is the same grift that is playing out everywhere else. Right? It genuinely just boils down to that again. It's the same dynamic. It's the same thing at play when they try and turn folks against immigrants. Oh, yeah, your life is bad because that immigrant group over there is doing something. Haha, yeah, that's it. Yeah, the reason your houses are expensive is because that immigrant community is coming in and they're buying up all the houses. That's why the houses are expensive. Haha. Not because of, speculation in the housing market, not because of like any absurdly wealthy people becoming even more absurdly wealthy. No. It's because of those poor immigrants over there. Oh yeah, your life in a rural county is bad. Oh, it's because of the immigrants, or it's because of those city slickers that who can't figure out what gender is. Like, it is just exploitation. Which is why I think, again, when we have folks like Chuck Schumer and these DC consultant types saying, "Oh, don't say abolish ICE." it's always coming from a corporate donor, which, or in this case, a corporate consultant. Blas Nunez Neto is a senior advisor to West Exec, a shadow lobbyist for defense and tech firms. Oh, that's wild. Defense and tech firms have a vested interest in propping up ICE. Who would have guessed? Who would have? Thanks, Third Way. And like, understand that what is happening here is just, hey, how can we squeeze out more money while pitting our voters against each other? And it's why trying to focus on just affordability, which is what these consultants and Third Way are urging people like Chuck Schumer to do. It's why trying to push that doesn't work. Because the end issue isn't just affordability, it's the systemic issues that lead to affordability. It's the systemic issues that lead to housing insecurity. It's the systemic issues that are being pushed by both the neoliberal and the conservative agendas. Because both of those are aligned when it comes to, enriching the wealthiest people in our society. Like, Chuck Schumer isn't actually at war to make things more affordable. That's not his job. That's not why his donors give him money. But that also doesn't mean that every Democrat is evil. There are a lot of folks rising up right now from working class roots to try and primary these corporate Dems. In the House, in the Senate, on the local level, and our job is to get more involved on the local level where we can exert the most influence, right? And I'm here begging you, encouraging you guys to get more involved so that we can have these anti-corporate Democratic candidates replace our corporately captured mouthpieces for, insert whatever company you'd like. And we have folks in the community who have dedicated themselves to helping folks who join up get involved with their local DSA and their local Dems. Dragonfly is in chat right now. She has been working for a long time to organize more progressive and leftist elements of the Democratic Party on the local and the state level. And she's willing to help you guys start doing the same thing. The more of us that join, the more of us that get involved, the closer we can get towards the better world we all deserve, whether we are urban or rural, whether we are immigrants or, native born folks. Like, we can help make this happen. Okay? So join our Discord. If you don't know where to start, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. There are a lot of cool folks running in 2026, and we need all the help we can get to get them elected. Yeah, Peggy Flanagan representing Minnesota. Let's go. But there's also a lot of other cool folks. Abdul El Sayed is also very cool. Yeah, by the way, Peggy Flanagan, not taking a dime of corporate cash. So, folks, if you want to get involved, reach out to Dragonfly, reach out to GamerG, join the Discord. And folks, if you got anything out of this segment, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment longer than 8 words. It really helps the algorithm for some reason. And also check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. Link should be down in the description. Let's keep on going. Whew! Oh yeah, Darkane. Yes, I do apologize that the very worst politics of the United States are going to become so many other countries' problems by virtue of infecting your political systems, and I very much apologize. Yeah, Kat Abu Ghazaleh is great. I should see if I can get Kat to come on. That'd be cool. I have talked with her in the past. After all, we're going to be bigger than Hassan, baby. And I know she just went on a show with Hassan, so if we're going to be bigger than Hassan, we got to start we got to start sniping some guests. I wish we could make the rest of the world understand not all Americans are behind Trump. We deserve it right now. Like, I think the rest of the world does understand that at some level, but like, we allowed this to happen. And like, I think kind of our cross to bear, the knocks that we have to endure from the rest of the world, we deserve them until we fix this problem. Let's see here. Would there be a way you could do regional pricing on Imogene Olivia? I'm not sure what that means. I'm not in charge of that. My partner handles Imogene Olivia stuff. So I'm not exactly sure what that means. We deserve it is kind of abuse victim mentality. We live in a democracy. Like, I'm not going to tell other people not to be angry at me because I represent America and America is doing some bullshit to them. Like, I'm not a victim here. I'm part of an imperialist system that has tangibly harmed so many other people, and if someone gets mad at me for that, like, it's kind of deservedly so. Let's see. Oh god, we have to talk about ice. Okay. Folks, before we continue, we've been going for 3.5 hours about. If you've gotten anything out of this, folks, hit that follow button, hit the subscribe button, and please consider financially supporting the stream because you guys make this show possible. We are making our way up towards our goal for the stream. If we hit that goal, we're going to do something fun. And maybe we'll watch Holy Mac. We could do that. We could do that in one go, I think. That being said, like, comment, subscribe, Dono. Let's go. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click click button. Click And Nathan, I agree. The victimhood is not mutually exclusive. Are people that are fighting against fascism at fault? Look, I mean, only insofar as, like, we are all part of the same country, and, like, our country has fallen to fascism, and we wouldn't have to fight the fascism if we didn't recognize on some level it was our job to fight it, because it is in part our fault, and thus our fight, and the need to fix it. also becoming Tanya, just remember to read the sizing chart, and if it doesn't fit, um, message with your don't message me with your sizing info. There's a page on the Imogene Olivia website to put in your size info, so that we can put in an order that includes better sizing options for folks like you. I am pretty sure we have a size that will fit you, but if we don't, let us know so we can ensure that in the future we do. Um, let's see here. People are working their asses off, though, and it's hard to explain to some non-Americans how truly fucked the system is. It's like there isn't anything we could ever do to make it right. I mean, I think the thing we could do to make it right is, like, stop actively harming other countries. You know, I, I don't really have the words to sufficiently sufficiently articulate like how deeply evil America has been over this past year. And obviously pre this past year as well, but like we cut off aid to hundreds of millions of people. And like those deaths are now baked in. And like we're talking like we did Holocaust numbers just by cutting off aid alone. Like our system did that. The system we live in and like pay taxes into and like participate in politically did that. And like that damage, like we might be individually swell people, but like our country on a national level and internationally is now known for that. And so like my goal is to make the world a better place, irrespective of if, folks in my goal is to make America a better place and hopefully by extension the world a better place. But like we've baked in a lot of suffering and some people are going to be justifiably angry about that. I like to say my Germanness gives me a responsibility. The personal guilt is only for things I've personally done or not done. That being said, I was never offended when a British friend told me their grandparent hates Germans. Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of like that, Cat Pig. I heard tankies call US aid imperialism. Well, US aid was imperialism. Like it's soft power, right? The same way like China's Belt and Road Initiative is also soft power. It's preferable to the deploying of hard power. And it can do things that hard power can't do. It was designed to bolster and serve American interest, right? But it can both do that and prevent children from starving to death. And that might be a net benefit, Damn, Catabingo, that was dark. Superjet guy, I'm aware I'm aware that China is also not good. I am aware that they have also done genocides and ethnic cleansings. Oh, I know it's a joke, Canabingo. It's just a dark joke. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Reese Brown. Yeah, like the Uyghur genocide, not a joke, not cool, and I don't appreciate when people downplay it. Ole, I'm not familiar with your acronym. What does that mean? Hello to you as well. If it's tanky to oppose fascism, then call me a tanky. I don't think it's tanky to oppose fascism. I think it's tanky to stand for authoritarianism, but, you know, I oppose both fascism and authoritarianism. Let's see here. You will never be a woman? I disagree with that. We all collectively become more Chinese every day. We're doing an ethnic cleansing right now. True. True. All right, folks. Let's talk about Minneapolis, Minnesota, and ICE, shall we? Gotta refresh some tabs. And I think I'm going to stretch my legs. We've been going for about 3.5 hours. I'm going to stretch my legs for about 5 minutes, do some, like, you know, movement breaks. And when I come back, we'll talk about Minneapolis and what's happening here in Minnesota. Because it's fucking nuts. BRB.
be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across the fields where a million fascists died. Bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
We're back, baby. Your joy brings us joy. Hey, joy's part of resistance, you know? What's what is victory without joy? And we're gonna have that victory sooner or later, folks. 'Cause you fascists are fucking losers. True. Uncle Gumbald. Hello. How we all doing, folks? We're back. If we get 170 more subs, we'll do our fun seggy. But why are you guys saluting me? Making some applesauce for my moms. Oh, that's wonderful. Moms love applesauce. It's true. Fucked Up by Macklemore is really good. It's way better than one would expect from, you know, the guy who did a song about the thrift shopping. You're just trying to avoid What If Alt Hiss? Look, if you guys want me to do What If Alt Hiss tonight, just hit the sub goal. $131 subs. Yes. $5 per sub. It's true, Nathan Nielsen. All right. I liked the thrift shopping song. I liked it too. I just didn't expect him to go hard in the anti-Trump era. You know? Yeah, I could probably play it. This is like my stream is already demonetized anyway. Let's just wait, you need the visual to go along with it? Because genuinely, it's great. Starting off just with a quote from Eugene Debs. Macklemore's pretty cool. Like, yeah, that's pretty. It's pretty good song. Yeah, it's some good stuff. My new workout song. Yeah, no kidding, right? Also, just here you go. Dude's been a real one the entire time. He put up he has a song called Heinz Hall. Cool. Dude's a real one. In a way that again, I just didn't expect from the like thrift store song guy. You know? I didn't know he was that cool, right? Anyway, I thought that was fun. Okay, folks. I guess people can surprise you. Yeah. You know, people learn, people grow, people get better. People show their true colors for better and for worse sometimes. But like sometimes people are just cool as hell, you know?
My father hated trans peoples. Let me use a bit of his money for them now he's gone hug.
Maliki, thank you for gifting a sub to Small Frog. And I appreciate that. I am, again, sorry for your loss, but also, thank you for the $5. Hope you're doing all right, friendo. I still feel awful that I mispronounced your username for like 3 goddamn years. The silver lining to the time we live in is that it shows us all who's who. That is very true, Brutus Magnuson. That is very true. You know, now is the time that Mr. Rogers spoke about. Look for the helpers, you know? Look for the helpers, folks, and if you can, be a helper yourself. A literal dono ghost? OMG, I was just wondering why you said it that way. Yeah. Yeah, that was my bad. That was you know, I learned from my
Thanks
mistakes.
for the beats.
You're very welcome, Becoming Tanya. Thank you for the $5 super chat. What? Okay, let's talk about ice. Who's ready to get real angry? Heather Cox Richardson said a thing like, it is awful living through these times, but isn't it an honor to get to be the ones who fight fascism? Yeah, it is. It is both an honor to fight fascism, but also, my God, am I scared every day for the people I love most in this world? You know? Like, I feel like this would have been a much less scary time if I had been, like, on my own. But defending the people I love is a necessity I cannot back down from. And I will not back down from.
If you need hopium, in a town with mostly old white folks an hour out of the Twin Cities, an indivisible church event was swarmed with volunteers.
Hell yeah. I like a lot of folks in this area, even in the rural parts of Minnesota, are furious beyond measure and will not stop organizing until ICE is gone. And they probably won't stop there either. All right. Let's go, folks. We got to talk about some shit. Also, Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $5 super chat. And let's get going. Good night, Alan Smith. Here we go. So, folks, another day under ICE occupation here in Minneapolis and the wider Minnesota area. And again, I think it's really difficult to convey the casual violence and cruelty that is being visited on our streets. And when you go outside and into the cold, on some level, if an ICE agent crosses your path and chooses to mess up your day, it can ruin your life. It can they can just choose to kill you. They can choose to maim you. They can choose to visit any number of horrible outcomes upon you. And I just want to really emphasize, like, there's nothing you can really do to either to like convince them to not do the violence, right? And I think, like, here's a video. It's 20 seconds long and really hammers that home. All right? Let's just take a look, shall we? Like, dude's literally just dancing. Like, he did nothing to warrant that. Just dancing. But, you storm the Capitol complex. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Block traffic on your way to attack the Capitol complex and hang Mike Pence. It's fine. A perfectly peaceful protest. Dance outside of where ICE is headquartered. Now we're gonna take you in. And like this, it is every day now. Here's the Star Tribune sharing this video of 5 Border Patrol agents crushing a man's face in the middle of the street.
Jesus! Hey!
You can see right here is where that man's face is.
Stop kneeing him in the face! That's his face! Stop it!
Back up or you'll be arrested for impeding. Back up.
I am backing up, it's icy.
Be careful, be careful.
3, 2, 1, go. What's your name? What's your name for your family? What's your name? Ricardo what? Ricardo what? This is not for doing that.
Like, this is what people don't get, right? They will just, like, pull up, send, like, 5 or 6 dudes in full tactical gear, like, on top of you, beat you senseless, And the only way you don't disappear into their system is if you have the luck that someone around is recording and you are able to yell out your name intelligibly enough for the people recording to like know who they took. Because then the people who recorded it are able to reach out to your family, because ICE isn't doing that. Like, when ICE takes these people, they're not, like, doing additional, like, oh, okay, time to call your lawyer, time to like, you get your call, you can call your family. Like, no. They aren't doing that shit. No one tells you anything once they disappear into that building. Alright? It's very important what the legal observers are doing right now, because it is the only mechanism of accountability to find victims of this. Yeah, and Amber Brains, you are completely correct. Part of the reason for the beatings during detainment is so that you are so, addled and shocked that you cannot get your name out. Right? And, like, on top of this, like, the Trump administration is going nuts right now. In Minnesota, there's too much media attention on ICE, who have removed some of the worst murderers and criminals in the world, people led into our country by crooked Joe Biden's horrendous open border policy, and not enough attention paid to the staggering sum of money stolen from the state by corrupt Minnesota politicians. President Donald J. Trump. And, like, dude, you sent thousands of people here to flood our streets and brutalize our people and abduct citizens and immigrants alike and torture them. A woman who dropped her kid off at school got shot in the face a couple weeks ago. But no, too much attention is being put on that. Pay attention to something else, please. Because understand, the reason he says this is because he knows ICE is making him look bad. The Trump White House, on some level, is not more than a little upset about the fact that Minneapolis and Minnesota didn't just cave, roll over, and hand over immigrant neighbors.
Quick question: how long will we be under Joe Biden's presidency?
At least for the next, 3 years, apparently, Nathan. And I just have to say, I see comments. I see the comments. Renee Good did not hit that ICE officer with her car. She was told by an ICE officer to leave the scene. She waved ICE officers to drive past her, and instead they stopped. They told her to leave. She started to leave. An ICE officer deliberately stepped in front of her car to manufacture a situation where he could shoot her with plausible deniability. We see him unholster his gun prior to the car moving at all. We see him, like, shoot her multiple times through the open side window, even after he's already out of the line of the car movement. But we also see that he was looking at her as she turned the wheel of the car. We also see from multiple angles, he was not bodily in front of the car. We see that, in fact, from one of the angles, he was putting out his arm to touch her car. He hit her car with his hand, and at no point were his feet or his body in danger of being bumped by that car. Dude didn't even drop his phone. And immediately after watching himself shoot a woman in the face at point blank range, he says, "Fucking bitch." That is not somebody who was afraid for his life. That is somebody who manufactured a situation that he knew and had the training to know he should not have been in so that he could kill her. This man was a firearms trainer. He knew that the policy of the Department of Homeland Security is that you do not stand in front of a moving vehicle and you do not shoot the driver of a moving vehicle. But he did both anyway, because he had previously worked for Border Patrol during the time period when Border Patrol was known to have a habit of stepping in front of vehicles to justify shooting occupants. It was murder. And I think any honest evaluation of that video indicates that it's murder. But you know what? I would normally say, let's let the courts sort it out, right? Normally I would say, let's let the courts figure that out, right? We have rule of law in this country exactly to adjudicate whether or not someone is guilty of a crime. Well, Minnesota officials say they can't access evidence after fatal ICE shooting, and FBI won't jointly work on investigation. Well, we found that out. Okay, so the FBI will conduct an investigation, right? Here's Todd Blanche. What happened that day has been reviewed by millions of Americans because it was recorded. We investigate when it's appropriate to investigate. That is not the case here. We are not going to bow to pressure, so no, we are not investigating. Oh. Wait, but the FBI opened a probe into the ICE killing. But now they're going to investigate Renee Good's widow. Lenny, you can't fucking lie about that, Lenny. We've gone over the video too many times. Don't bullshit this community, folks. We've been over the video. If you think she turned after she hit him, you're just fucking wrong. We went through it millisecond by millisecond, frame by frame. Don't try and lie. Don't try and gaslight. So instead of investigating the guy who shot a woman in the face multiple times, including through her side window, they want to investigate the wife of the woman who was shot in the face. Bizarre. Bizarre as hell. Oh! Only federal officers are upholding the law. Local and state police have been ordered to stand down and surrender. Yeah, the party of law and order here, folks, is so intent on covering up Renee Good's murder that they want the entire local police department to stop showing up to work. That's how much these folks are dedicated to law and order. They want so much law and order that the local police can't even handle it anymore. Like, that's just where we are now. That's the state of affairs here in Trump's America. They care so much that they want to cover up a murder, investigate someone who is not related to that murder, and then just have all police stand down and all policing activities be done by terrorists in masks that have occupied the community. So that's where we are now. It's cool stuff. It's really disgusting, you know? It's really truly disgusting. And there's not really any way to there's not really any way to address this. Like, it's just complete and utter lawlessness. You know? Just completely fucking insane. I kept looking at this last night. Like, I genuinely, I don't know what to do with this. I guess I want to take the opportunity to point out Stephen Miller has none of the immunities that Donald Trump has. And that thought does give me a great deal of comfort. Do nothing with it, it's nonsense. One would say that, except that Stephen Miller seems to have a stranglehold on like the president of the United States. Like, he seems to be making all of the main decisions here. And while this tweet by itself doesn't contain legal authority or power and is, of course, utter and complete bullshit, it does indicate where they want to go with this. Why should it be comforting when the Democrats in Congress will literally do nothing? Well, it's comforting because in the future, I hope that when he is out of power, our legal system can finally catch up to the blistering pace of their lawlessness. So that's why I find it comforting that in the future, while Congress might still suck ass, perhaps someone will be brave enough to charge these people. Like, I also understand the impulse to just say, like, oh, well, Congress will never do anything. Like, the task in front of us is to make them do stuff. Like, I understand that Congress is incredibly ineffective. I understand. Been talking about their failures for years. And so, I understand that it is a difficult task. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but we have to do the hard thing. We got to do the hard, thankless, grinding task of organizing. And I cannot even begin to tell you how infuriating this shit is. That they're not even going to try to investigate. They're not even going to do a sham investigation. They're just saying, we're not going to investigate this murder at all. And I want to say, I don't think that's going to fly on the local level. I think on the local level, folks are compiling enough information from bystanders and such to put charges against this man. But it is going to be an uphill battle. You know? And like, to really hammer home what's happening in Minneapolis right now, ICE agents showed up at this man's house. Right? Can we zoom in a little bit more on this? They brought this man in nothing but his like shorts and one blanket and a pair of Crocs outside the other day. In Minnesota, in Minneapolis specifically, it was, I think, around -7 degrees. Maybe -7 degree plus wind chill. And they brought him outside barely clothed after raiding his house. This man is an American citizen, by the way. That man also belongs to the Hmong community here in Minnesota. And here is the account of this man, or rather the family members of this man, from the Hmong American experience. ICE came to my brother-in-law Sally's apartment, broke down the door, trashed the place, handcuffed him, and pointed a gun to his daughter-in-law's head. They did not allow him to put on proper clothing and forced him outside in freezing weather. Sally is a naturalized U.S. citizen. He has no criminal record. ICE drove him around for nearly an hour, questioned him, fingerprinted him. Only after all of that did they realize he had no criminal history and no reason to be detained. They then dropped him back off at his apartment like nothing happened. We believe they were looking for someone who previously lived there, but instead of asking for identification, they chose violence, intimidation, and humiliation. What makes this even more painful is Sally's story. During the war in Laos, his mother, Nurse Chua Thao, helped a Lao woman deliver premature twins. The mother could not care for them. Chua took the boy, Sally, and one of her fellow nurses took the girl. Chua ensured all her children became naturalized U.S. citizens. She believed deeply in doing things the right way and protecting life, dignity, and family. To see her son treated like this in front of family with weapons drawn is beyond traumatic. This is not about politics. This is about basic human rights, due process, and accountability. No family should experience this, no child should witness this, and no U.S. citizen should be treated this way. Please share. Silence allows this to keep happening. Luensi Mua. And to guys, what do you think? What do you think their excuse was for doing this, by the way? What do you think ICE's excuse for doing this to this US citizen was? Because this was so egregious and prompted so much outrage that DHS responded. What do you think their excuse was? Can you link the story? Yeah, Marissa Cabas at the Handbasket has a really good write-up. Yeah. We can do whatever we want. It's worse. Here's Trisha McLaughlin. Yesterday in St. Paul, ICE conducted a targeted operation of 2 convicted sex offenders. One of the criminal targets had convictions for sex with a minor and sexual assault. The other target had convictions for sex assault with penetration in the first degree, domestic violence, and violating a protective order. Both also have convictions for failure to register as sex offenders. They both have final orders of removal from an immigration judge. U.S. citizen lives with these 2 convicted sex offenders at the site of the operation. The individual refused to be fingerprinted or facially ID'd. He matched the description of the targets. As with any law enforcement agency, it is standard protocol to hold all individuals in a house of an operation for safety of the public and law enforcement. Both of these sexual predators remain at large in St. Paul. We will be providing the public with photos and descriptors to help us locate and apprehend these public safety threats. So, just as an FYI, their excuse was, this guy definitely lived with two sexual predators and looked exactly like them. And so we were justified in holding him, even though he was a citizen and not one of those criminals. It's literally worse than, oh, the description in question, not white. The description in question is literally just Asian. Asian man. Despite the fact that he doesn't look like either of these guys. Their excuse for this is he was guilty of the crime of looking Asian. That's it. It was fucking racism. When I say this, like, when I say that these guys are basically KKK members with badges and guns, I do mean it, guys. Like, they are genuinely just going after anyone who is non-white that they can get their hands on. And honestly, they'll also put their hands on you if you are white, if you look poor. Yeah, if the KKK was empowered by the state. Exactly. Now, I do also want to say that a few days ago, a federal court put down an order saying, hey, ICE, you can't attack people with non-lethal munitions if they are doing things like recording you. Legal observers have a right to record you and legally observe. So you can't do things like pepper spray them in the face. Just want to share this with you guys. You know, exactly what this guy's doing. They are just openly violating the law and openly violating a judge's order. Like it genuinely doesn't seem to matter to them. And at some point, something's got to give here. Like, does the law matter or doesn't it? You know? And I wanted to read off the statement by the man who got pepper sprayed in the face. I'm the one in the brown hat. What you might not see is the victim in the car. His feet are pointing out the open car door. An agent is sitting on one of his legs. He's only wearing Crocs. Bystanders found his legal work visa in his abandoned car. Because it doesn't matter if you've got the right paperwork here, I guess. In Trump's America, it doesn't matter if you are here legally. If they think that you look like you don't belong, they're going to torture you. It's disgusting. It's truly disgusting. Have you had any personal encounters with ICE? No, but I also have the ability to hunker down at home. And but my family has. And it's real fucking nasty out there. Real fucking nasty. And I don't really want to go into more detail than that because I don't want to like dox myself or my loved ones for obvious reasons on stream. But the places you're seeing in Minneapolis where there is a lot of ICE activity is basically where I live. You know, like Renee Good was shot like a handful of blocks away from where I live. You know, that intersection where they with Rectangle Pizza, that is near where I live and am often, you know. It is surreal to see this shit go down. Turns my stomach. Don't be getting up in police faces. Hey, are you familiar with the fact that police carry guns and it doesn't matter if you're in their face or not because they can hit you from not by their face? It's crazy. I just Man, it sucks being here right now. And if they take you, guess what? Lawyers allege Department of Homeland Security is denying legal counsel to Minnesota detainees. Thousands of people have been arrested during ICE operations in Minneapolis over the past 2 weeks. Multiple attorneys allege that for some of those detained, including at least one U.S. citizen, the Department of Homeland Security is denying their constitutional right to see an attorney. 4 attorneys told ABC News they've been denied access to their clients at the Bishop Henry Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis, where they're being held, which they say would violate the Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights to due process and the right to consult with counsel. Cool stuff. They ain't citizens. They ain't gonna get a lawyer. You still got a right to due process, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you, but if a tourist comes into America, they don't lose the right to like due process and the right to a lawyer. If a tourist comes to America, you can't just subject them to cruel and unusual punishment because they're not American citizens. Like, fuck. Heartless pieces of shit. Non-citizens ain't got no right to due process. Are you sure about that? So wait, if you don't get a right to a due process, does that mean you can just murder a tourist, Trev? They're not citizens after all. They have less rights than you, I guess. Can you just do attempted murder on a non-citizen? Is that how that works? Or I guess, like, do they just not get a lawyer if they want to defend themselves in court if you do a crime against them? Biden deported 4 million people with no due process. Actually, they did get due process. It was an awful, shitty system, but guess what? Trump made it worse. And guess what? Some of the people being denied due process are U.S. citizens, Trev. Maybe open up your ears a little bit and listen. Maybe you'll learn something. Build a Dog, can I ask why you were asking about my encounters with ICE? Just out of curiosity. That due process, why bother with citizenship? Yeah, honestly, why bother verifying anyone who's done any crime is a US citizen? If you never bothered to verify it, you could just not give anyone, a lawyer. Just hold them indefinitely if you don't have to verify they're a citizen. Black men get shot every day and y'all crying over the privileged white woman who hit a cop. Well, one, she didn't hit that cop. We've watched the video. And two, it's also bad when black men get shot.
I seem to remember that in the criminal justice system, the people are represented by 2 equal and separate groups.
Oh, it's true. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And manufacturing more scenarios for me to drop that sound bit. It just seems like a really big problem here that now the government is denying legal representation to these people. And like, that's also not accounting for the fact that they are murdering people in ICE custody. Here is a piece that came out a few days ago from the Washington
You have
Post.
friends everywhere.
Coming, Tanya, I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But this piece talks about how detainees at the Geraldo Lunas Campos holding facility, which is used to house ICE detainees in Texas, witnessed ICE guards kill a man in cold blood, choked him to death. And like, it's really sick. It is just really, really sick. The medical examiner ruled it as a homicide, and it's made worse by the fact that now DHS, instead of investigating the murder, is just seeking to deport all the witnesses. Seeking to deport 2 men who said fellow ICE detainee was killed. Basically, the inmates at this detention facility saw their fellow inmate get murdered by ICE agents, and DHS is saying, no, no, they didn't murder him. Nope. And is now trying to get rid of anyone who says otherwise. The conservatives are saying it's fine because he was supposedly a convicted pedo. They're genuinely just saying anyone that is convenient to them is a pedophile. And even if it were true, our legal system is not built to just have prison guards execute the prisoners that they don't like. That's actually called murder. I don't know if anyone knows this, but that's actually considered pretty bad and frowned upon. And on top of that, folks, we got even more brutal treatment in ICE detention facilities. This is from an investigative piece from December, okay? This occurred in the South Louisiana ICE Processing Center in Basel. And basically, an ICE prison guard confessed and in court and is now convicted of essentially blackmailing an ICE detainee at the facility for sex. Basically telling her that she would never see her family again unless she had sex with him. Like, the only way she could communicate with her family was through letters carried by this man. It's really, really gross. And folks, we here in Minnesota, we're fucking done with it. We're fucking done with it. Like, this is gross, beyond the pale, disgusting bullshit. And we will fight it with everything we got. We will fight it with everything we got. And I just want to show some of the unconventional ways people are fighting back here. This was really interesting to see play out just the other day. Here is one of the ways people are fighting back.
A Sunday church service is now under investigation by the Justice Department.
An anti-ICE protest made its way into a St. Paul sanctuary during service. Protesters say a pastor at City's Church is also the acting director of the St. Paul Field Office of ICE. The Justice Department says it is investigating the incident, saying protesters violated the FACE Act. That law prohibits intimidating or interfering with people's rights to practice their faith. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has already responded, saying any violations of the law will be prosecuted, adding, quote, attacks against law enforcement and the intimidation of Christians are being met with full force of federal law.
Man, it's so cool that they're willing to investigate these people for peacefully interrupting a church service to protest. but they aren't willing to investigate whether or not one of their agents shot a mother in the face in cold blood doing a murder.
Peaceful protests took place outside the federal Whipple building just yesterday. Around midday, no federal officers were spotted outside. However, Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies were on hand. We've also learned the Veterans Affairs Office in the Whipple building is temporarily closing. In a posting on its website, it says it'll have staff available for veterans at the VA hospital in Minneapolis, along with online. They did not give a reason for that closure.
Fun fact, it's because the VA workers are being horribly mistreated by ICE. Just in case you guys don't know that. Because they have to put up with all the fucking bullshit of trying to go to work in that same building, and they can't anymore because ICE. So, hey, is your veteran care suddenly a bit shittier here in Minneapolis and Minnesota? It's because of ICE. You're welcome.
And along with the protests that took place this weekend, the battle of words between state and federal officials, that continues.
Yesterday morning, both Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey appeared on CBS's Face the Nation. Noem blamed Minnesota leaders, including Frey, for recent violence. She suggested protesters to be confined to a peaceful protest.
You know, one of the wildest things watching news reports from Minneapolis right now, like, look at these guys. Like, the footage makes it look like they're in a war zone. All of that gas they made. Like, they made this entire situation that is on screen right now. They popped so much gas in a residential neighborhood that it looks like they're in the aftermath of like a goddamn airstrike.
Zone. Frey said he will not limit the First Amendment.
If he would set up a peaceful protest zone so that these individuals can exercise their First Amendment right.
Oh, a peaceful protest zone. Yeah, that's not fascist at all. Look, it's fine. You can protest. You can say whatever you want inside this cage.
And do so peacefully, we would love that, because then we could work together to make sure we're getting criminals to justice and letting people still express their First Amendment rights.
First Amendment speech is not limited to one park or one section of the city. You are...
God damn it, I hate that they're making Jacob Frey look good. I hate it. Stop giving him these easy W's. God damn it.
Allowed to
you guys are going to elevate him to a national figure, and you're going to regret it.
Protest so long as you're doing it peacefully. And by the way, we've got tens of thousands of people in Minneapolis that are grinning down the bear, that are peacefully expressing their First Amendment rights. So no, you can't have just one section of a city. That's not the way First Amendment works.
ICE says an undocumented immigrant picked up in Minneapolis died in their custody. 36-year-old Victor Manuel Diaz of Nicaragua was being held at Camp East Montana in El Paso, Texas. According to an ICE statement, he was unresponsive in his room and agents contacted medical staff. It says he died from a presumed suicide, though his death is still under investigation.
Another big headline from this weekend is the possibility of active duty soldiers being deployed here. A U.S. defense official tells CBS.
Yeah, like, this is all one news broadcast. Guys, this is all, like, this is 2.5 minutes of a news broadcast local in Minnesota. Like, oh yeah, by the way, the military might deploy here. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
CBS News, 1,500 active duty soldiers are on standby in Alaska for possible deployment to Minneapolis. Those soldiers are from the 11th Airborne Division in Alaska. President Trump has said that he is considering invoking the Insurrection Act, which gives him the authority to deploy armed forces domestically.
I really want to stress here that there is genuinely no armed protest. There's no rioting in the streets. I haven't even really heard about that much property damage. Like, I think compared to like how some people in some cities have rioted in response to like their football teams winning, like it has been 1/100th of that. You know, the idea that we should send in like crack special forces paratroopers in order to like restore order on the streets. Like, fuck off, man. We're just trying to go to work. We're just like trying to walk to work, and these masked goons roll up, brutalize our neighbors, and we're trying to do our best here.
So the National Guard is also on standby by orders of Governor Tim Walz to support, quote, the rights of all who assemble peacefully. On Saturday, Guard vehicles could be seen around the Twin Cities metro area prepared for potential unrest. Protesters demonstrated throughout the weekend as they have every day.
I can't wait for Fry's Post-Mayor podcast. First episode guest, Alex Jones.
Oh, God. Sake, don't put that evil on me. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, though.
Since the deadly shooting of Renee Good by an ICE agent in Minneapolis, that was a week and a half ago, a small group of pro-ICE demonstrators tangled with those against immigration enforcement. And last night on 60 Minutes, the Minneapolis police chief shared his concerns about the killing of Good.
We're in this 2020 moment where all these tensions have been building. And I'm afraid we're going to have another moment where it all explodes.
Yeah, man. I also can I just say I hate that the national news media is glazing this man. Stop it. Stop it. This man, like a handful of months ago, was blaming like all crime in Minneapolis on Somali immigrants. Stop it. Like the only reason he's looking good right now is because he hates that like ICE is coming in and doing his job for him. Like, look, maybe I'm being a bit uncharitable to this guy, but like, he kind of sucks. And I don't know, if you think what ICE is doing is so bad, like, start arresting them, please, for the love of God.
If the Minnesota National Guard troops are deployed, they say they will wear a yellow reflective vest to distinguish themselves from federal agents. Normally, the Minnesota National Guard is under the command of the governor. But if President Trump invokes the Insurrection Act, that puts the soldiers under the control of President Trump. We'll have more on the federal crackdown happening in Minnesota in our second half hour, including the temporary closure of a couple of Twin Cities.
Yeah, federal occupation of Minnesota. It's untenable, guys. And, like, I do really want to emphasize here that last bit, which is just insane. Right? It's just insane. Members of the Minnesota National Guard are on standby, ready to assist local law enforcement and public safety agencies. When members are activated, they will be wearing reflective vests, as pictured here, to help distinguish them from other agencies in similar uniforms. Basically, guys, the Minnesota National Guard had to subtweet ICE because ICE is going around LARPing as soldiers. So the actual military have to wear these yellow vests to distinguish themselves from the people who are fake military and abducting people while masked. So, just to really hammer home where we're at here in Minnesota now, we have the Minnesota National Guard on standby with the need to distinguish itself from ICE. And then we have the U.S. military on standby as well, like the U.S. Air Force, airborne, rather, ready to go into Minnesota. And we have ICE running around doing just absolute whatever the fuck it wants in Minnesota. And, like, guys, like, we've now set up a situation where the Minnesota National Guard might be activated by Tim Walz, and then the Insurrection Act activated by Donald Trump. And really, guys, I don't know how to say this, but we have a situation where plausibly the National Guard could be facing down the, like, U.S. airborne And like, this is like, we're getting into some really scary territory here. We're getting into some really scary territory. Yeah, 1,500 troops on standby, 600 police, 2,000, a total of 3,000 ICE agents. And then the National Guard, however much of that gets deployed. And then the state troopers, which I believe is like another like 600. So like, oh boy. Don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't like it one bit. And I'm hoping that it doesn't come together in the way that I'm terrified it will. But genuinely, I can't see a situation in which all of these people are sent to Minnesota and it goes well. You know, like, that's the thing I'm struggling with. I'm struggling to envision how all of this is supposed to go well with that many players on the field. Minnesota starts the Civil War off. I mean, we did last time. We'll do it again, I guess. But like, yeah, like Dragonfly, we're on like a goddamn slip and slide to the bottom. It's nuts. I believe you guys can keep the peace. My fear here, though, is that it is no longer in the hands of people who are demonstrating to keep the peace. You know, like, when we have, like, if the National Guard is activated, if the Insurrection Act is turned on, like, I like, genuinely, ICE is just like fabricating violence wherever it would like. Yeah, I'm really worried about how this can all work out in any way that is good. We'll do our best, obviously, but it's very scary. And you know, just the icing on the cake is that all these conservative dipshits in Congress are talking about how we're all paid to be angry about men with guns and masks abducting our neighbors. Yeah, man, I have to get a paycheck to get angry about, you know, people on my block being scared.
Irony here, because just over the holidays, Governor Walz was warning that ICE was going to raid houses of worship and churches at midnight, when exactly the opposite has happened. He has, along with the mayor, incentivized these agitators to carry out things like you're watching on our screen now.
This is what I mean. These agitators, who, by the way, they are paid, folks. America, they are paid to do this kind of mess.
We are not. We're just fucking angry.
These are the people who will say they have a First Amendment right to speak, but
we do.
They just trampled on the First Amendment right of that church to be able to worship. That's what they're doing right now, and this is completely unacceptable.
You know, sometimes in order to exercise that First Amendment right to speak, one needs to be a conscientious objector, or not a conscientious objector. What is it? Oh God, I'm having a brain fart. The term for when you know a law is unjust and you break it anyway. Oh, what is that term? Chat, help me out. A loud ass bitch? Yes, nailed it. Oh God. Civil disobedience. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Fuck. Pro streamer.
Acceptable. But let's be very clear. President Trump and his administration, they're not going to bend the knee to the mob, because that's what the mayor of Minneapolis wants. That's what Tim Walz and Gavin Newsom, these other crazy governors, that's what they want. The Democrats have no solutions about protecting the United States, protecting their people, or having orderly legal immigration into the United States. They want chaos. They want anarchy. They want this, what you're seeing right now on your screens. It's It's awful. Not going to be tolerated in Florida, Texas, or anywhere else that common sense reigns in the United States.
And no sign of irony here.
Like, I just, they're all paid. Who paying us? Where can I get my check? God. I just, can I get the video of this protest? I was trying to find it earlier, and I was having a lot of difficulty because it's been clipped to hell and back by a lot of these folks. Not that. Let's see. Florida, famously known for its common sense.
Famously known for its common sense.
Indeed. God, where's like better footage of this? Like, I'm finding clips that are like a second, like a few seconds long. I want better footage.
These protesters are clearly paid to stir up trouble, unlike us nice innocent unpaid interns at Fox.
Yeah, indeed. Don Lemon. Don Lemon was there. Surely,
what a week. And
surely he has a clip of this somewhere. Is it live? Yes, here it is. Wait, nope. Is it from this? I think it was this one. Yeah. Okay. So this is the incident. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. This is the incident that all these folks are describing here. And oddly enough, Don Lemon on the scene, of all people. So the man who is presiding over this church at the moment is also the ice field director in St. Paul. That's the background. Can we... Here we go. I'm confused. Is the faith leader part of ICE? Yes. So they're like, the protesters are showing up at this church specifically because the guy who is the pastor here is the one who is locking up their friends and neighbors and is directing their operations in St. Paul.
so the protesters are confronting church members and leaders. They have stopped the service. A lot of people, a number of people have left. There are some who are still sitting here.
Are you okay with the injustice that's happening within your city? We pray for justice every day. Are you okay? So you're not okay with
I'm just here. I'm just here photographing.
Are you okay with the
I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist. Excuse me, sir. Can I get right here? Thank you. I'm sorry. So you can see the protesters here have gathered over here. They're in the middle of the church. In the beginning of the church service, the pastor was speaking, and Nakima stood up and said her piece, and then the protesters surrounded her. But this is a clandestine mission. I think they found out one of, according to them, this is according to Operation Pull Up, that one of the pastors here is a member of ICE, and so.
I think at some point here he interviews the pastor.
It's heated, sometimes it's not, but at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and I think maybe.
Okay.
People to go to heaven.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. We want folks to go to heaven, and if we need to talk about these things, then, I mean, this isn't the time for that, really. I mean.
But don't you think until we go to heaven.
This isn't really the time to talk about rounding people up and putting them in cages, you know? This is the time to talk about God. What God wants us to do. The question of putting people in cages, that's not a time to talk about what God wants.
If you believe in that because he doesn't want to listen to facts.
While overseeing evil. Absolutely not. Mr. Wood's name there. If you Google him, you will also see him at a press conference that was held by C-SPAN, standing next to Kristi Noem. And also the lawsuit that was filed by the ACLU in December on behalf of 6 Minnesota residents that just went in front of Judge Melendez, and where she put an injunction against ICE for them being able to retaliate against peaceful protesters. His name is in those court documents, again, as the director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul. That is unacceptable. How can you be a pastor of a church, but overseeing ICE agents in the field? We know that ICE agents just killed Renee Good. We know that they shot a Venezuelan nationalist. We know that they almost killed a 6-month-old baby in North Minneapolis, as well as terrorized their whole family of 6.
Yeah, by the way, all 6 of those children, the oldest was 11. All 6 had to go to the hospital.
Had to send 3 of their children to the hospital, 2 of which had asthma, as they fired tear gas and flashbang grenades at the cars of innocent people. We know that they dragged people out of their cars, out of their homes. They dragged pregnant women. They beaten and attacked immigrants and U.S. citizens. So how dare somebody claim to be a pastor while overseeing evil? Absolutely not.
False prophet.
Absolutely not.
False prophet.
Now you guys heard that pastor pray. Dear Lord, please chasten us to get our house in order. That was the perfect prayer for such a time as this. Because that's what we came to do. Get your house in order.
Oh, here it is.
When you were explaining to
Well, talk to the pastor. Hi. Let's see if we can talk to the pastor.
Don, why your connection's so
Maybe
bad?
while they're here,
Don, you're killing me.
Pastor of the church.
Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. Yeah. We asked them to leave, and they...
I do want to say, I do find his wide-eyed panic at what is happening here to be somewhat satisfying. Because this is a man who never thought this shit would come back to his doorstep. He didn't think that keeping people trapped up like goddamn animals and black bagging folks off the street would show up in his house. In front of his God and make him look bad.
Obviously have not left. So.
What do you think of this?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus.
Yes.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship.
Yeah.
We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So that's one of the pastors of the church.
Man, maybe you shouldn't hire a guy who's a part-time ICE field director, huh? Don Lemon unironically doing some good journalism. I don't know how he managed it. Maybe he tripped into it that day, but yeah. Anyway, here's how other folks responded to this. Here's Alina Habba.
The mayor comes out and says they're just speaking up peacefully. They're standing up for their neighbors. And it's not just about resisting Trump. This is about loving and caring for the people that call the city home. Do you feel better about it now?
Okay. Yeah.
Man, I love two people who would rather die than set foot in my state, talking about it as if they give one single shit about anybody from Minneapolis. Does that make you feel better about Minneapolis? Fuck off. Neither of you feel anything about Minneapolis.
So we have a mayor who's a Somali sympathizer who we've seen dancing around on stage with their flag instead of an American flag. And I'm supposed to sit here, exactly, and I'm supposed to sit here and believe that that is not creating more hostility where we have I just spoke with Brian, 200 agents the other night that are leaving their families, going there to keep the peace.
Man, imagine leaving your family so that you can just like go and like sit in a shitty hotel and be hated every fucking where you go because everyone fucking knows that you are black bagging whoever the fuck you want. You're targeting children at the local Target. You're beating up like babies. You're like fucking disappearing people who are legal citizens. You're shooting mothers in the face. Oh man, think of these poor hardworking family guys who might get carte blanche to just shoot an innocent woman in the face. Won't someone think about those guys, those poor working men?
To get criminals off the streets, to get people that...
By the way, just again, to really underscore the racism here, like, she opened this up by calling the mayor of our city a Somali sympathizer. Like, just break that down. Like, how it doesn't land any different to me than someone being like, oh, you're a black sympathizer. It lands the exact same way as like a white person calling another white person a race traitor. Like, that's what's happening here. That's what they're accusing him of. They're accusing him of being a race traitor. Yeah, I mean, hella, like, 100%. It is the politically correct way in their unwoke world of calling him essentially, like, you know, an N-word lover. Like, it's, like, that is what they are trying to do on Fox News. What's next? A queer sympathizer? Yeah. Yep. Like, it's like the racism of these people is just absolutely mask off now. Absolutely. Friendly reminder that 90% of the Somali community in the US are citizens. Yeah, and it's even higher in the Twin Cities area. Like, it's just naked racism.
That don't belong here out so that we are a safer country. And they don't even know what they're standing for. And let me also tell you something. The Department of Justice will look into whomever is funding this. It's no different than a RICO action. If you are funding.
Man, I love that they keep showing the same footage of, like, I'm sorry, like, 5 white nationalists made a huge deal online about having a hate rally in Minneapolis. And then Minneapolis showed up, and all these like online scared little boys pissed their pants and ran away the second it turned out, oh, hey, wait a minute. People in Minneapolis aren't going to greet a bunch of fucking members of the KKK like they're goddamn heroes, actually. Which, by the way, is the miscalculation of the entire, like, Trump regime, right? Like, they picked Minnesota. They picked Maine. They picked these 2 places in order to try and make examples of them because they thought the white folks here in these states would hand over their non-white neighbors. That we would, in a way, greet ICE as liberators. People coming here to set us free from having to live near non-white people. And then it turns out, much to their chagrin, that even though, yeah, like, Minneapolis and Minnesota do have problems when it comes to, like, racism. But ultimately, the folks who are anti-racist outnumber the racists. And we are going to stand up and fight for our non-white friends, family, and neighbors. We're going to go to the mat for them. And that's what they don't get. Every single one of these people in the Trump administration, they're just like, why can't they just tell ICE agents where the Asians on their block live? Why are all these white women showing up at these protests and, like, trying to record ICE? They should just shut up and go home. You know, otherwise Renee Good would still be alive. Like, that's what they think. And they cannot comprehend a view of the world where folks view it as their obligation to stand up to and fight racists. How bad are the raids in Maine? Someone in chat earlier reported that ICE was going and knocking on doors, pretending to be gathering information for Medicaid. So, you know, they're heating up.
Mass protests. If you are having protests that are not righteous protests, there are First Amendment rights that we respect.
Yeah, I'm sorry. These are righteous protests. If ever there was a righteous protest, it is one against a federal government that believes they have the right to send masked men to disappear members of your community. Protesting that is, like, basically,
what a year, huh?
basically the most righteous kind of protest. Stone Corbell, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. And yeah, what a year. Lemon, it's Tuesday. God, these evil bitches.
The Justice Department is vowing to bring charges against protesters who interrupted a Sunday service in St. Paul.
Yeah, but yeah, by the way, yeah, the federal government is going to try and charge all of these people for interrupting a church service.
Thanks for joining us. Protesters say that a pastor at City's Church is also the acting director of enforcement for ICE in St. Paul. Senior investigative reporter Jennifer Mayerly is here with what she's learned about what happened and what's next, Jen.
Well, Aaron, here's what we do know. St. Paul police responded. By that time, we're told protesters were out of the church. They tell us it's part of an active disorderly conduct investigation. The feds say they've launched a civil rights investigation. This is video inside City's Church in St. Paul when anti-ICE protesters interrupted service Sunday morning. Black Lives Matter Twin Cities founder Chantel Allen was there.
We went to the church and we knew that we were going to disrupt service. We knew that we were going to disrupt and ask some questions. We didn't know that it was going to turn into a full-on protest.
She says members of Black Lives Matter Minnesota and Racial Justice Network were...
Oh my God, this is... Sorry, I did not know the name of the group that put this together, but now that I know it, it makes a whole lot more sense to me that the Justice Department is going to try and come down with the full fucking force of the law against these people, because the only thing that this administration knows how to do is to, like, vindictively go after people they perceive as their enemies, right? And BLM is basically like, this group being a Black Lives Matter group, they are going to go after them hard because they know at the end of the day, conservatives will love to see charges against BLM members. It's like they know that that will play incredibly well with their base.
Also there to tell the congregation one of their pastors works with ICE. The last sermon WCCO found of him on YouTube was April of last year.
Envy is a sneaky sin.
Our cameras captured David Easterwood at this press conference alongside DHS Secretary Kristi Noem in October.
My name is David Easterwood. I'm the acting field office director for enforcement and removal operations, ERO St. Paul.
Jesus Christ, I've never seen a man this thumb-shaped. Oh my God. I didn't believe it was possible. Oh my, oh my God. Guys. I've never seen this except in one place. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh God. All right. I get a lot of mileage out of this. Can someone make this an emote? Just this. You guys can spam it anytime we encounter one of these guys. Oh God. Wow.
In general, probably the basic rule is you shouldn't be interfering with other people's church services.
Political science and First Amendment expert Professor David Schultz says charges could depend on intent.
If you do trespass against a church, try to break up a church service, and you do so with a certain type of, let's say, intent or certain types of goals, it could rise to either a criminal or a civil matter in terms of a violation of civil rights law.
Allen stands by their actions.
Interrupting a church service to inform the community of individuals that are terrorizing our community, that are standing in their pulpit, that's what we should be doing as citizens.
We asked if Allen is worried about civil or criminal charges.
I'm concerned that our citizens on a whole are in danger right now, and I'm willing to put anything on the line for our democracy.
All right, we also asked what could happen from a civil rights investigation. Schultz says people could face a fine. Criminal charges could carry jail time. Aaron?
Okay, Jen, thank you so much. Well, the number of ICE arrests across Minnesota are growing. Just today, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem posted on X saying DHS had arrested 3,000 criminal illegal aliens, including murderers, rapists, and incredibly dangerous individuals.
Can we, okay, just a couple of different things here. Number one, worth noting that we have no idea and cannot verify whether what she is claiming here is even true, right? Because, again, most of these people are being denied due process and access to counsel. And number two, worth noting that Stephen Miller's goal for ICE is to arrest around 3,000 people per day. And the fact that it took them 6 weeks to get 3,000 arrests. Oh, I bet that makes Stephen Miller mad. I bet that makes him so mad. That he wanted that in one day. Oh god. The saving grace of this administration is its incompetence. That is the saving grace. Like, they're having to try and, like, pull teeth in order to get ICE agents who are willing to come and volunteer to go to Minnesota. If they could, they would have sent more people here. They actually had to pull other ICE agents from other operations around the country to send them here. Send them all here. You know? We'll fight this fight. These morons can't handle it when someone, like, drives casually behind them and, like, pulls out a camera. They are not equipped for Will Stansel. They don't know what to do. God.
Stephen Miller should spend the rest of his days in a Dunk the Clown game in his orange jumpsuit, where every minority can freely dunk the clown.
You know what? I don't think that rises to the level of cruel and unusual. I think it just rises to the level of unusual, and I think that'd be okay. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And I will also say, folks are getting creative in a number of different ways on how to push back, alright? So, one of the ways folks locally are pushing back is that the Milak Band of Ojibwe owns a number of hotels in the area. Specifically, they own the St. Paul Downtown Doubletree, and they own the Intercontinental in St. Paul. Both of which were being used by ICE. And guess what? A lot of indigenous groups in the area put some pressure on their fellow indigenous group. And wouldn't you know it, both hotels suddenly announced that they're closing down. I'm told multiple ICE agents with rooms booked at the St. Paul Downtown Doubletree by Hilton received this notice today that their rooms are being canceled and the hotel will temporarily close due to heightened public safety concerns in St. Paul. You know, ICE being the public safety concerns. Your MAGA Jesus flame? Congrats. Do you want a cookie? Do you want a medal? I hear people like you like medals that you don't deserve. Would you like one? I want your ass? You're gonna have to wine and dine it a little bit. Jesus. Buy a girl dinner first. But also, I called the hotel and checked online, and they are indeed not taking any bookings right now. They referred me to other hotels. I'm told this also happened today at the Intercontinental St. Paul, with ICE agents with bookings there notified the hotel will be temporarily closing today due to the ongoing unrest in Minnesota. An agent who talked to the front desk manager there says he was told it was done to protect staff because they've been getting threats from unknown individuals for lodging DHS agents. And here you go. Here's the eviction notice itself. Please know that your safety and well-being will always be our top priority. Due to heightened public safety concerns in St. Paul, we've made the difficult decision to temporarily close our hotel, and your reservation will be canceled effective Sunday, January 18th, 2026 by 12 p.m. We're taking the step out of care for you, our team members, and the surrounding community. Due to your unexpected departure, our team can assist you with alternate accommodations if needed. To support you during this difficult transition, and as a gesture of goodwill, we can either refund your last night's stay or pay your first night's stay at your new hotel at the same rate as your canceled reservation with us. Thank you for your understanding during this challenging time. With warmest regards, Doubletree St. Paul team. And I gotta say, that's pretty funny. That is pretty funny, you know? like kill him with kindness, am I right? Like, just like really the ethos of Minnesota coming through here, the passive aggression. But I really want to emphasize, I don't think people really get how bad it's getting out here. Folks are now arming up, right? Specifically, some folks are starting to do like neighborhood patrols while armed. Here's a guy who is standing guard for ICE on a street corner. With his rifle. Like, folks are keeping an eye out, you know? Because ICE is just driving around looking to grab people. Like, also, I just gotta say, someone pointed this out. Good trigger discipline here too, you know? But, you know, I'm sure MAGA will be fine with law-abiding Americans using their Second Amendment rights. I'm sure MAGA will be fine with that. And not absolutely incensed over the idea that leftists could do something that they do all the time. They'll be okay with it. They'll understand. They'll understand that the Second Amendment is used to police against government tyranny, and like this is, you know, one of those times to maybe utilize your legal rights. All with painted nails. You know that's gonna make them mad, though. You can wield a gun, but painted nails? Step too far. Superjet Guy, my understanding is that this is not like an organized effort. This is like some people in a neighborhood trying to keep like their neighbors safe. Like, I want to stress, a lot of this is just organic. Like, people seeing people get snatched and deciding they got to do something about it. While, you know, still operating within the law. But, like, things are continuing to escalate, and it is disturbing as hell out there. Now, I want to emphasize that there are a few events coming up that people should be aware of. For example, on Friday this week is going to be a work stoppage across all of Minnesota. Basically, all of the local labor unions have joined together. The labor unions on the University of Minnesota, at the University of Minnesota, have started calling the university to close down on Friday. And essentially, like, the unions are stepping up. Like, finally, the community is organizing in order to economically impact other, like, business leaders in the community, etc. Yeah, this is like the first step towards an actual, honest to God, prolonged general strike. And the call is for no work, no consumption, i.e. don't buy anything, and no studying. So don't go to school, don't study, don't do that shit on Friday. And it's, again, a shot across the bow to like indicate, hey, we're organized and we're ready to commit to doing this. We are willing to go longer. So on Friday, that is the work stoppage. On the 23rd, you can see it on the poster behind me right there. ICE out, statewide shutdown, January 23rd. Additionally, ICE out of Minnesota Day of Truth and Freedom is going to be the march in downtown Minneapolis at 2 p.m. To demonstrate against ICE. So Friday is going to be a really big day, both for protesting and for folks leaving the job, minding the line, as it were. So get ready, folks. Things have might really pop off on the 23rd.
I thought consumption was tuberculosis.
You know, yes. TB or not TB? That is the question. Sake, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But yeah, people are getting organized. It's really ramping up, and folks are showing solidarity right and left out there. And I really am. I'm feeling good about where we're at. You know, I'm feeling real good about where we're at. ICE is escalating for sure, but people in Minnesota are innovating and finding all kinds of new ways every day to resist what ICE is doing and to keep their neighbors safe. And I think that that's a really good sign. So things are getting really scary. But I think right now, Minnesotans are stepping up in a way that is keeping us safe. And I hope that it will continue that way for the foreseeable future. Gonna bust out the frog suit? We'll see. Again, part of what's difficult for my situation, folks, is that I have a lot of other aspects of my life that I don't tell you guys about. Because I can't. One day I will be able to, but I can't right now. And that aspect of my life makes it really difficult to do stuff out in the world. Needless to say, I will be doing everything in my power to keep me and mine safe. The frog suits are very hard to move and see in. It's true. No one's talking about counterattack, Speed Razor. I know that I want Saki Tanuki on my side when the pun wars start. Wire Sponge, it's okay. It just makes this time even scarier than it would be otherwise. With that, folks, I know that this has been a lot. And honestly, this will likely need to be broken up into multiple sections. But I think we've gotten through the entirety of this, and I'm pretty happy with how this went. So if you got anything out of this, folks, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the follow button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. Comments, by the way, longer than 8 words, really help in the algorithm. And also, remember to get organized, because it's not enough just to show up to one protest. It's not enough just to, like, vote. We got to continue to get organized. We got to move forward in community with others. And, like, if you are getting organized with your like your local Working Families Party or a local protest group or Indivisible or something like that, that is great. But also consider getting organized with your local Dems and your local DSA. Okay? We need to start building local grassroots community support, but we also need to start growing that local grassroots electoral support. Folks that'll turn out during the election year, and we need to leverage that power so we can beat these corporate fucks that are ruining our lives across the nation, whether Republican or Democrat. And also, if you need help doing that, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And I mean, look, Dragonfly's already in chat. Did someone say local Dems? Indeed. Reach out. They're genuinely there to help you and incredible resources. And make use of them, please. And last but not least, please check out ImageneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going, folks. And for my fellow Minnesotans, let's keep on fighting. Oof. Why was there no official strike fund in the lead up to this strike? Because generally there is no collective strike fund. Generally strikes are done by one union, and that union may have a strike fund. There's not generally a general strike fund. Does that make sense? That's why. Also, to my knowledge, this is the first time in maybe definitely my lifetime, maybe even my parents' lifetimes, that a statewide strike has ever been coordinated. So that would also be why. Mike Johnson's going to address the UK Parliament today in about 15 minutes. The live stream starts. Please, could you take back your speaker? I wish I could. That goddamn piece of shit. You're the best streamer I found this month. Doing my best, KP. Also, I also like Kim Possible. All right. I should do a Kim Possible cosplay sometime. That reminds me. Oh. Folks, if you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, do the things, and support the show. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button.
Why does it sound like
click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn. I just click button, click 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 click button. Sake, I am really hesitant to ask this question. What is penis music? I'm scared. Anyway.
You've got your sunrise, you caught a prize, you're making your Johnson. Party nights, summer whites, your friends and your Johnson. Rooster tails, water trails, your kids and your Johnson. Saturday nights, distant lights, your girl and your Johnson.
You and your Johnson, a way of life for over 50 years.
When I think penis music, that's what I thought of. You, your friends, and your Johnson. Man, can I just say,
so I think
Couldn't help but notice the artwork. Is your canon
Oh,
romance in DA, I Cassandra?
yeah, I like Cassandra a lot. Though I'm really upset that she's not a lesbian.
Good night, Bin's music people.
Good night, it's me, Bingo. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Uncle Simric, thank you for the $5 super chat. I gotta say,
It's halfway between rubber band and elevator music. It sounds silly.
okay, I like it. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Went to my first local Dems meeting last evening and met a state house candidate. He's surprisingly progressive for this area and very approachable. THX for the push, wasn't as scary as I thought.
Yeah, it's like once you get in there and you are like you get to know like someone there or the people there or just like even the layout of the space, it gets so much less scary, you know? Like more folks go and Spot Dogs, thank you for actually going. Thank you for actually answering the call and going. Do we have like a signal chat for folks who are getting more involved in their Dems? I know we have a spot on the Discord to do it. I'll have to ask GamerG. We do? Oh, hell yeah. Dragonfly is, if Spot Dogs isn't in it, maybe we can connect you guys. Also, KP, maybe I could get my partner to cosplay as Shigo. I'll think about it. Oof. The website is giving me a hard time. Irascended Kitten, it's also giving me a hard time. Like it's been the website's been a little bit slow. Give it some time and you'll get through. But I've also been running into the problem. I messaged White Forest about it, and hopefully they'll get on it soon. Not just you. Shigo mentioned. Look, I'm not. Of course. See a link for penis music? I am not. Look, I'm not clicking that link. I'm not clicking that link during a live stream. Click link for penis music. Y'all, You guys make it an absolute delight to stream like 6 or 7 hours for you in the wee hours of the morning. Thank you. Yeah, Kim Possible and Shigo had the most tension. They should have smooched. Do it and blame Sake. I'm gonna click on that outside of stream. Oh god, talking about the horrors of the world and now penis music. What a night. Who'd have thought, huh? Not me. All right. Oof. My eye makeup is raggedy as fuck. I need to get like better eye makeup. Not bad for 3 a.m. though, right? It's unusual for you? Nah. It's not. Okay. I got one last thing for you guys. Speaking of the horrors of the world. So folks, can I just put a wish out into the world for all of us? Can I just like throw this out there to maybe speak it into existence? For the love of God, for the love of God.
Completely off topic, but I want to say sporting events do not need pyrotechnics.
That is very off topic. And I'm intrigued and want to know more of your argument, because my instinctive response is the kinds of people who really love sports also really love big explosions. So I don't know if we're ever going to like really detangle those two, but I'm interested to hear your argument. Thank you for the $5 dono. Speaking of the horrors of the world, like pyrotechnic accidents, let's take a look at what Pete Buttigieg is up to.
A lot of folks are asking whether the president's behavior today toward Norway, Denmark, and Greenland is something to take seriously, or whether it's a deflection from the president's failure to help with America's domestic economic problems here at home.
Let me just speak my wish to you guys. Please don't let this man be president. He's very clearly trying to run for president again. Don't let him do that. The revolutionary wine moms love this man. The revolutionary wine moms who are currently calling for like a French Revolution 2 electric boogaloo, they love this man. This video came out 16 hours ago and it has 376,000 views. Because they love this man. And even though he was confronted by a journalist who pointed out that he worked for a company that fixed bread prices, those wine moms like him a lot.
The true answer is that it's both. So this is going to be just another one of those weeks when we've got to deal with more than one thing at a time. Everyone on the news right now is talking about Greenland, and I will come to that in a minute, but
God, like
they say John Oliver is a rat-faced bastard. Pete Buttigieg literally has a rodent face.
Yeah, and you know what? Pete Buttigieg is a rat-faced bastard, man. He looks like Peter Pettigrew from Harry Potter. Yes, I was once very into Harry Potter as a child, and then I grew up and realized that the person who wrote those books is a transphobic piece of garbage. But I stand by pointing out that this man looks like the movie version of Peter Pettigrew, and you all know I'm right. There we go. I used my in-depth knowledge of that series for good, for dunking purposes. There you go. More like Harry Pooper. All right, sorry. But John Oliver, not a bastard.
First, we've got to be clear about something playing out right here at home, which is that millions of Americans' health premiums have shot up this month. And it doesn't have to be this way. A few days ago...
Also, just, as long as apparently Democratic consultants are taking notes on how to present messaging, maybe have, like, an affect and presentation in your videos that indicates that you give a damn and not that you're just, like, reading a bedtime story. I know that this isn't, like, the most important part of whatever he's saying here, but, like, consider seeming like you are impassioned and that you give a damn. Just an idea.
The House actually voted to extend the tax credits to keep premiums lower. That was led by Democrats, but it passed the Republican House because some Republicans joined in after feeling enormous political pressure from all of us. So, are your premiums going to come down now? Well, no, not until the Senate passes it too. And right now, Senate Republicans are refusing.
This feels like it should be on the soundboard.
What is this? You're right. We should have that on the soundboard. Kevin McLeod. What a goddamn legend. What a goddamn legend. All right.
But this is very important to understand. With one phone call, one tweet, Donald Trump could change that. If he tells the Senate Republicans to make it happen, they would do that. But he's not. So let's make it very clear that Donald Trump is standing between millions of Americans and lower health insurance premiums, which is why so many people right now are deciding they might have to drop insurance altogether just to make mortgage or rent. Now, again, on the House side, pressure worked, so do not let up. Don't let up on Senate Republicans, and don't let up on the White House that those Senate Republicans tend to obey.
Why are we using the Oblivion music for him being boring? Because it's the music you would have in the background as you talk to an NPC.
So that's one thing on the home front. But meanwhile, the president sent an unhinged message to Norway, like a take away the car keys level of crazy message. Basically saying because the Norwegian government...
Like, I understand why he opened with like 2 minutes of, hey, your healthcare premiums need to pass the Senate in order to go into effect. I understand why he opened with that, but also make a different video about that. Like, make a different video about that, because this is the very main topic that you want to talk about. The fact that the President of the United States is openly threatening to start World War III because he didn't get his goddamn Nobel Peace Prize. Like, I don't know, act like there's some stakes involved here. You know, act like, hey, if this happens, catastrophic results ensue. You know, maybe, Pete, give us anything.
Government didn't give him the Nobel Peace Prize. The Danish government needs to give him Greenland or else he will punish all of Europe. This isn't just crazy and embarrassing, it is dangerous. These are our allies. I remember serving side by side with troops from Denmark in Afghanistan. These alliances have kept us safe for generations. Tearing them up makes all of us less safe here at home. And when the U.S. is even vaguely threatening its own allies, that's a destabilizing event for the entire Western world. Then, of course, we're facing the continued presence of federal agents.
Like, I'm sorry, it's a destabilizing thing for the entire world? That's what you're gonna say about this? Yeah, to say the least, man. I bet people are seal clapping in the comments. Congress is complicit. Congress is behind this. We've lost our allies. Release the Epstein files. Where's Congress? It's been a year since we had a president. We have the idiot in the White House. Danish person here. We really need you all to act. Tomorrow might be too late. Trump and his cabinet must be removed. Man, it'd be so cool if we had a mechanism to do that. Other than Congress, the single least effective piece of our governmental structure. A check here. Stop this madness before a huge tragedy happens. Yeah. God.
On American streets in places like Minneapolis. The courts recently made it clear that many forms of ICE retaliation against protesters are against the law. And because that would violate American law, the courts are limiting what they can do going forward. But
they're also not following the law, so that kind of sets a odd tension there, I would say.
Obviously, there are still enormous concerns about how they're actually behaving on the ground. And these legal findings...
Well, thanks for finding so many enormous concerns with how people are brutalizing my neighborhood, Pete. Appreciated. I'm glad I could be a concern for you.
Prove that this has nothing to do with law and order. So I'm very worried that further deployments may cause even more disorder and endanger even more American neighborhoods. It's another clear example of how this White House is avoiding solving problems like health insurance and electricity prices by instead using threats and division and chaos. So what can any of us do about it, especially with November still feeling like it's a long way off? Let me stress one more time that political pressure can work. From gerrymandering in Indiana to the House vote on health care, we have seen that you can force the people in charge of this country to change their behavior. You can change the votes of Republican elected officials at least some of the time. And you can show everyone that Americans do not support what's going on right now. But that requires all of us to keep raising our voice, whether it's online or in the streets. It requires all of us to stay organized and vocal so that there can be no mistake where you stand. And getting involved politically right now matters more than ever too. We do not have to accept the things that are going on right now, which means it is up to us to change them.
Guys, I'm really fucking worried that if we don't get sufficiently organized on the local and state level, that we're gonna wind up with Mayor Pete or Gavin Newsom. I'm really fucking worried. And if y'all could help out by like going to your local Democratic meetings and your local DSA meetings and organizing very specifically around making sure more people like this don't wind up getting into politics, and maybe, just maybe, we stop these guys from becoming the Democratic nominee in 2028, I'd really like that a lot. So please get involved with your local Dems, because oh god. Yes, Gavin Newsom is exponentially worse than Mayor Pete, but Mayor Pete also shouldn't be president. Like, Mayor Pete is like Biden 2.0, and Gavin Newsom is like, what if Bill Clinton, but worse? And I don't think either of them are capable of living up to the moment. I don't know, Jack, after hearing such passion from Pete, I'm suddenly feeling very inspired to raise my voice. Yeah, like, I love I love how wonderful his call to action was there. You know, just like, yeah, say words and stuff, like, just like, stand up. Like, you guys have all seen Dead Poet Society. Yeah, like, stand up on your desks and oh Captain, my Captain, that shit. Anyway, yeah, vote for me. God. Anyway, folks, get involved. If you need help getting involved to stop these clowns, joining your local Dems. If you want help joining your Dems, reach out to Dragonfly in the Discord. Reach out to Gamergy in the Discord for help joining your local DSA. We got folks in there to help you get involved. It's super easy. It is not that scary. And it's also not as big a time commitment as you might think. So we need folks to show up to meetings. We need people to speak out in favor of progressive politics, in favor of progressive candidates. And like, we need to organize. So get out there and get going, folks. Yeah, the wine moms deserve better. And you know what? I bet, like, a lot of you are very articulate, very wonderful people, good-natured, good-spirited, have good heads on your shoulders. I bet if you made the case to a local wine mom revolutionary that you could get them on board with some basic socialist policy. I bet you could get them on board. So go to your local meetings and get them on board. All right? Whew! With that being said, folks, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment longer than 8 words because the algorithm likes it. And, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. New styles and colors coming in the near future. And link should be down in the description. Let's keep on going, folks. What's Jack looking at? The chat. Oof. Turn them from wine moms to beer drinking Marxists. I believe in you. Hey. There's a long and storied history of Marxists drinking wine, okay? Though I guess if we need to get them into, like, the local brew scene, we could do that too. Don't look at chat, Jack. We're awful. And many of you are naked, too. The immodesty. With your naked usernames on display. Don't stare at us like that. The Riverboat chat is the most clothed. Finally a way to help the cause, flavor pairing beers. Oh, God. All right, folks. I am exhausted. We've been going for 6 hours. If you enjoyed the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and drop those subs and donos. Here's a little button song for y'all. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click Good night, y'all. I will see you again tomorrow. Hope you all have a good night. Get that sleep. Get that sweet, sweet rest. Whew. And let's keep on going, folks. I'll see y'all tomorrow. And do the things. You know the things I'm talking about. Do them. See ya.